All right, let's get started here. Um, right, okay, so let's get started. We're 9:05 or so. Okay. Um, just a quick thing about questions. We're doing this. We have this new technology called the Mentimeter, and you have these little flyers there. You can scan the code. I mean, we'll just take hands too, but if you would prefer to send in your question anonymously, you can scan the code and then input your question. So that's just a housekeeping thing. Um, right. What else? After the talks, we'll be going for a happy hour at uh, the Graduate Hotel at the rooftop. There's a rooftop bar, and so we're going to do that. And then we have a dinner at El Charro, apparently the inventor of the chimichanga. This is, yeah. So it's where it all started, the chimichanga. Uh, right, okay, so I'm going to introduce, going to welcome Sara Mascanale, who's a Freedom Center Associate Director and Assistant Professor of Political Economy and Moral Science, the and James E. Rogers College of Law affiliated faculty. So she's going to start us off. Let's welcome Sara.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Freedom Center Inaugural Conference on Academic Freedom. I think I'd like to start by saying that I'm very proud to be part of a community of scholars at Arizona and beyond that is united by a commitment to critically inquire into the nature and the causes of freedom that, of course, we understand as a capacious and contested ideal, whether it is in economic, political, or indeed academic life. So that's what we do at the center, and we do it through rigorous scholarship and meaningful public engagement. This is our mission, and I believe that mission is more important, more relevant, and frankly, more vital than ever today. So thank you for being here, all of you. In fostering that mission and continuing our inquiry into a distinctive form of freedom, academic freedom, it is my great pleasure to introduce the first speaker of the day, whom I'm fortunate enough to also call a co-author, Professor Jane Bambauer. So Jane is the Bruckner Eminent Scholar at the Living College of Law and at the College of Journalism and Communication at the University of Florida, but she was born and raised in Tucson. So I've now known Jane long enough to somehow always expect that she will bring something unexpected as a thinker. You know, one of those ideas that make you stop and go, okay, I'm listening. Well, let me say today is no exception. Without giving too much away, Jane will offer a limited defense of state intervention when academic freedom becomes an obstacle to, rather than an instrument in support of what she sees as the university's most precious asset, academic integrity. She will warn us that integrity can be eroded not just from the outside, but also from within. When orthodoxy crowds out open inquiry, intellectual dishonesty displaces honesty, and favoritism and easy emotionalism override competence and rationality. Whether you agree or not, the argument has ground and teeth, that I can promise. So it deserves to be heard carefully. If you end up agreeing, you may feel called to action. If you disagree, well then, as Rishi would say, well, you have a duty to speak up. That is the only way to preserve what Jane rightly calls the diamond mine in scientific and intellectual life across the globe, American universities. Jane, knock them off their feet.
Well, Sarah basically captured most of what I'm going to say, so any questions? No, just kidding. Okay, so, I don't have any slides, but okay, thank you. Yeah, so I am indeed going to sketch out what I think could be a responsible role for government intervention into the university, even though I think that the Trump administration and Florida's legislature is doing it wrong right now. So let me first, though, distinguish, I mean, Sarah already did some of this for me, but let me distinguish academic integrity from academic freedom. So academic integrity is the university's higher purpose, which is the trusted and effective production of knowledge, et cetera, et cetera. I'll say a little more about that in a minute. But the idea is that it's the substantive goal of the university. And academic freedom is a procedural, not right, but a procedural sort of protection that is meant to foster the substantive goal. And I'd say it's a sufficient it's a necessary guardian of integrity, but it's not on its own sufficient. And in fact, if it expands beyond its proper scope, then, as Sarah kind of suggested I'm going to argue, it will actually start to compete and conflict with integrity. And that's because what academic freedom is meant to do is it preserves the faculty or the department or the university from external threats to integrity. It does not address internal threats, and it never has. So, it applies to a department that might already be past a tipping point and have already fallen into some kind of ideological orthodoxy. And when it does that, then some kind of expansive call for academic freedom winds up sealing the corruption in like a petri dish. By the way, this is a known problem. It's not just a sort of facet of our era. Almost every account of academic freedom, including the AAUP's own statements on the topic, they describe that there is a threat of internal corruption, but then they all just kind of trail off and hope for the best and think, well, with academic culture, we'll just kind of produce our own immune system and we'll just avoid that problem, hopefully. And, the reason, I understand, the reason the literature doesn't want to touch this internal corruption problem is that it's hard to judge whether a department is doing well if you're not one of the experts within the department. And so this is what, Robert Post's position, the former dean of Yale Law School, and who's written a lot of great work, I think, that tries to show the relationship between free speech and academic freedom. But this is his main problem with, I think if he heard my argument, he would disagree. I think, though, that the health of the university actually can be gauged from outside of it and by non-experts, at least when there is a crisis, a sufficient crisis. And so if we look for the kind of minimum standards of what a university should be doing, and we don't see that being done, then I think outsiders could recognize that there's a problem that merits some intervention. And so that would sidestep this paradox that we need experts to judge whether expertise has been corrupted. Okay, so that's where I'm going. Let me get a little bit more specific before then I lay out the implications. Okay, so academic integrity can be described using positive theories or negative theories, and much like Jason yesterday, I'm going to kind of gloss over the positive ones and get to the negative ones as quickly as possible because they're more compelling and easier to sort of work with. Okay, so the positive theory of what a university should be doing is, of course, the first goal is expanding knowledge, so that means, doing truth-seeking activities, but a large university has a large mandate, and so it's going to have lots of disciplines with lots of methods that are somewhat overlapping, but also unique. And so it's going to be hard to gauge whether it's doing that well or suboptimally. And then a second major goal is something like the development of an individual, whether it's a faculty member or a student. We're all trying to upgrade our skills. We're trying to develop moral character. We're trying to enhance our creativity. And these two are vague. We kind of all know them when we see them, but it would be very hard to define when there's less or more performance at large, across the whole university. But we can say some more concrete things about what the university should not do. So across the literature that I'm familiar with, at least, I sort of synthesized 4 things where, if they're happening regularly, they are signs in themselves of corruption. So the first is no orthodoxy. So it can be, this is described in many different ways, no purity tests, no final authority, no subordination to some kind of political agenda, no viewpoint-based censorship, et cetera, et cetera. But all of these types of, all of these descriptions are trying to get at the same core point. Now, I do want to be careful, though. We need to distinguish the no orthodoxy rule from academic consensus. We want consensus to build up. That's how knowledge kind of gets transferred and not only transferred, but how it grows. So if a university, wound up selecting faculty only based on whether they're going to be challenging the consensus, we'd wind up with faculties of like lots of know-nothings, right? We would not want that. So in this sense, I do agree with Robert Post. Academia is not a public forum. It is not a free speech setting. It's a setting for debate among competent, experts who can judge the quality of each other's arguments. And then from the outside, it's meant to not be a source of debate. It's meant to be a source of credible expertise that you can rely on when there is a consensus. So I'm not looking for any form of compelled contrarianism, and I hope you aren't either. Instead, the sign of orthodoxy is going to be when administrators or peers are trying to enforce conformity or a consensus where there is already a minority, where there still is a minority position, and when these attempts to force a conformity use tools that are not related to substance. So, disciplining, personal attacks, disciplining, pressure campaigns, the sorts of things that Sidney Hook talks about in his book, a great book, Heresy Yes, but Conspiracy No. That's a book that tries to distinguish this, when academic challenging is appropriate and when it's actually sliding into a form of orthodoxy. Okay, so that's no orthodoxy. Second rule, no dishonesty. Most faculty are in the business of producing facts and opinions. In the process, we are going to say some false things, and that's fine. It's to be expected. In fact, if we didn't, there'd be something wrong. We would not be moving fast, we would not be doing our jobs well. But it's a very different thing if a faculty member intentionally or knowingly misstates what they actually believe. That's different. Faculty do have a duty to say what they believe, even when there are social consequences, and even when it requires more effort to explain how one belief can be reconciled with other things that you believe. And this bare minimum requirement for honesty is flouted like a surprising amount of time. This is something Jason brought up. Okay. Number 3, no bald appeals to emotion. So demagogues, use fear and loathing to get their listeners to adopt a belief or to take some action. The university is supposed to be doing exactly the opposite. That's even Lincoln's Lyceum address saw this as the core point of getting education is, to use reason when it is much more natural to just emote. Okay, and then number 4, no personal favoritism. So like nepotism and stuff. I'm gonna mostly not talk about number 3 and 4, but you'll see the first 2 negative duties come up a lot. Okay, so by the way, I do want to just admit this idea of what the university is meant to do is classical liberal. It takes up a view on the kind of meta debate of what a university should be doing. Obviously, postmodernists and critical theorists would have a different preferred model of what the university should be doing. And this project doesn't engage that debate. For now, the classical liberal model still has won in terms of public opinion, and I'm just gonna ride with that. But I do admit there's nothing inevitable about that. And so that there could be something that we call a university that does something very different from what I just laid out. But at minimum, right now, we expect the universities to adhere to those 4 negative duties. Okay, so now it's clear what academic freedom is meant to do. What it does is it serves academic integrity by making sure that any outside pressure that tries to get faculty or departments to violate those negative duties can be rebuffed without consequence. And indeed, the Supreme Court has even struck down attempts by the government to force public university faculty, for example, to make loyalty pledges. So academic freedom really does have even a hard law component to it when it comes to public universities. But the internal threats for a long time now, have just kind of been, building up from the inside, and with not a lot of kind of aggressive action. So I know you're all right now in your mind sort of thinking of examples of this, but I want to just lay out a few to make clear that what we have all been sort of seeing or noticing can be described as violations of the 4 core duties that I laid out. So there's faculties, and I'm focusing here on faculty. Faculty sometimes directly interfere with those duties. They impose orthodoxy on other faculty by demanding that, well, first of all, by rejecting faculty candidates based on their ideology, through the peer review process, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, or by harassing or demanding punishment of other colleagues based on disagreement with some issue that's contested, that's genuinely contested. Now, how would I know, or how would anyone know whether an issue is genuinely contested, to raise that question again about the division between expertise and orthodoxy? Well, sometimes the difference between a genuine academic disagreement and actual academic kind of incompetence, sometimes that line is hard to draw. And when it is hard to draw, I personally would just trust the department. But a lot of times it's actually quite obvious. Sometimes it's even explicit. So outsiders can see when a consensus is being hastily rushed together, and when debate is cut off using fallacious arguments. Or to give just one prominent example, so the journal Nature in 2022 changed its guidelines. So these are written guidelines given to all peer reviewers for like the most preeminent science journal, or one of the most, right? And they explained that they will not publish any harmful research, and their definition of harm says this in part. So it says, harms can also arise indirectly as a result of the publication of a research project or a piece of scholarly communication. For instance, stigmatization of a vulnerable human group, or potential use of the results of research for unintended purposes, e.g. public policies that undermine human rights, or misuse of information to threaten public health. Okay, so that's an explicit acknowledgement that there are certain research questions that are forbidden and for political reasons. Then there's some indirect ways that faculty violate these duties. They put pressure down by instigating student petitions against their colleagues, or helping to organize student protests of speakers. They manage up by pressuring university administrators to publicly condemn, for example, certain types of research, or requiring DEI statements in hiring, by selectively objecting to some grants and foundation gifts and not others. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Okay. And then another thing that often gets overlooked is actually, for a long time now, faculty have welcomed government interference of certain sorts when it actually sort of pushes in the direction of their political priors anyways. The most obvious example that people talk about a lot are Title VI and Title IX of the Civil Rights Act. So when federal grants are conditioned on there not being a hostile educational environment, and that has been defined by the federal government at times to include like microaggressions and stuff. So that's an example of a string attached to all federal funding based on stuff going on in the classroom, or maybe even in research. But I don't even think that those are the main examples that I would go to. Another example are how NSF and NIH award some of their biggest grants. I was involved in one here at the U of A, and I can tell you for sure that they come with strings attached, or rather they are judged not only on the merit of the scientific proposal, but also on the proposal for how the grant will be leveraged to push departments at universities to adopt certain DEI trainings and requirements and whatnot. And maybe an even better example would be the common rule. So every university has an IRB. Why do they have an IRB? Well, the main reason is that all federal grants require human subjects research of any sort to be pre-vetted by a board. And the board is told by the federal government that they need to look for risks related to, of course, like not only physical harmful risks, but also risks of cultural offense, stigmatizing research results, etc. Okay, so the Trump administration is also using strings. They're attaching strings to their federal research grants. I think that's wrong. It brings in, it violates what's known as the unconstitutional conditions doctrine, but that doctrine has been violated for a long time. And so I think what we're seeing in today's debate is we're only noticing the constitutional flaw today because it runs against the dominant faculty ideology. Okay, so finally, that brings me to, well, what should then the state be doing if we're convinced that there is an integrity problem and it comes from the inside? Well, I think what I've done so far, I'd like to argue, sets up a nice rule, or a nice standard at least, for what types of state interventions would be acceptable. So first, I think the state's only justified to intervene in the substance of the university's activities if it's to correct violations, a pattern of violations of those core duties that I described before. So there has to first be a pattern of violations. And then second, when it does intervene, the state cannot itself engage in the violations of those duties. So those two kind of rules together, I think, show that there are some illegitimate interventions going on right now and some legitimate ones. Illegitimate ones include the list of disfavored claims and topics that can't be taught. It's not quite that simple, but I do think that the Florida Stop Woke Act is vague enough that it does violate the First Amendment academic freedom, but when it basically sets a few divisive concepts off the table or makes them very risky to teach at all. Okay? There are also subtractive interventions that I don't think fit the version of academic integrity that I've laid out here. So attempts to remove research, remove faculty, or remove elective courses based on disfavor of the substance by outsiders who are non-experts. Those should raise red flags and are probably not kosher. But there have also been some legitimate interventions that are kind of happening right now. I think removals of staff, special programs, and employee trainings are fair game when there has been a pattern, a history and evidence that these types of programs have been used to coerce an orthodoxy. There are additive interventions. So the Florida Stop Woke Act, another thing it did was it funded and set up a new college, the Hamilton Center. It's kind of similar actually to the Freedom Center here, but it also issues degrees. And so it has added faculty and created kind of competition to the other humanities and social sciences on campus. And then an intervention I'd actually like to see, but I haven't yet, is compelling discipline. So I think one of the most important things the state could do is to direct its own public universities to enforce the minimum standards of integrity. So that would mean that if a faculty member is inciting a petition or harassing a colleague based on the content of their research, or violating the negative rules I set out in some other way, it should be treated as grounds for discipline, much like research fraud is. So I think, could make a case for a time-bound version of affirmative action for non-leftists. I'm going to just kind of throw that out there quickly because I know we have an entire talk on the topic, but I do think, I emphasize the time-boundedness. I do think that there's a risk, obviously, for too much political responsiveness and involvement in selecting faculty. But as long as a department has the freedom to select, faculty within a broad category of, basically non-leftists, non-Democrats or whatnot, I actually do think that it would help the health of the university. It would remove some blind spots that we surely already have by having such lopsided faculties today. All right, so that's the idea and the proposal. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure today to introduce Dr. Sam Bursler. Sam is the Lawrence S. Rockefeller She did her PhD at Yale, finishing in 2019, and she was previously a postdoc at Princeton. She specializes in philosophy of language, normative ethics, and social philosophy. She's also recently finished a book on the philosophy of Irving Kaufman. Today she will be giving a talk titled "The Cult of Authenticity as a Barrier to Free Expression."
Okay. So first, thank you all so much for coming out today and hearing us speak. And especially thank you to Rishi for putting this conference on. I'm just really excited to be here. I specialize in the philosophy of language predominantly. So I'm not used to just being in a space with so many amazing political philosophers and political thinkers. So this is just a really exciting opportunity for me. My talk today is going to be about culture, and particularly the relationship between very small details of our micro-interactions, where micro-interactions are face-to-face interactions, which can last from 3 hours when you're on a date with someone to literally 10 seconds in a hallway. And I think that there are very robust relationships between tiny details of what we do in these interactions and broader choices about how we exchange difficult ideas. So here is the question that I started with. So what kind of culture promotes a flourishing marketplace of ideas? Now, both the left and the right often espouse the view that it's not enough to have a good culture of free speech just for the state to protect free speech. There's a kind of cultural infrastructure that needs to be in place. So for example, cancel culture might not violate the law, but it's still it's a bad thing for the flourishing of society. So most people agree that a culture that promotes civil discourse is a culture that promotes the flourishing marketplace of ideas. And the devil, of course, is in the details of what constitutes civil discourse. I'm going to argue that civil discourse is ritualistically good discourse, and I'm going to, or at least that is a necessary condition. It might not be sufficient for civil discourse. Now, why is ritualistically good discourse in decay on campus and in America? This is also something lots and lots of people think. I went on Google this morning and looked at the news, and oh my God, especially in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, everyone has a hot take on civil discourse. And in fact, apparently Texas lawmakers have now announced a committee to investigate civil discourse on college campuses. The comms department at Princeton University was bragging that their president's welcoming of the first-year students was all about the importance of civil discourse and conversations that matter. University of Michigan just invested $50 million in a civil discourse center. So this is very much part of the zeitgeist. Now, why is ritualistically good discourse in decay? I'm going to argue for something that I don't think anyone on the left or the right is really at all arguing for. And this is that a major driver of the decay of good discourse is our obsession with authenticity, our obsession with bringing our true selves to the workplace. So I'm not actually going to argue that we should be more repressive. I'm going to argue that we should do more ritual. I'm not going to argue that this is the only driver of the problem. I think like polarization is a very big problem, but this is a major driver. So what should we do about it? We should say more BS. We should say more phony things, and we should be much more appreciative when people say things to you that you absolutely know are phony. I'm going to make a distinction between phony speech and deceptive or insincere speech. I think there's a very important distinction between non-sincerity and insincerity, which is going to make more sense of this. So here's the plan. First, I'm going to tell you what problem does conversational ritual solve. So I think the problem it solves is going to determine what good conversational ritual is, and it's going to explain why we should do it. And then I'm going to ask, given that this is such a good tool on my theory, why aren't we using that tool? And then I'm going to make some armchair diagnoses about authenticity. It's going to involve blaming therapists. All right, so in preparation for this talk a few weeks ago, I went back and looked at my John Stuart Mill, and I was reading on liberty. And this passage really stood out to me, so I'm going to read it. For a long time past, the chief mischief of the legal penalties is that they strengthen the social stigma. So here he is talking about what's going on in his day and age in England. It is that stigma which is really effective. And so effective is it that the profession of opinions which are under the ban of society is much less common in England than is in many other countries. And he goes on to say, nonetheless, there's less open discourse in England than in some other countries. But then he makes an interesting distinction. He says that those whose bread is already secured and who desire no favors from men in power or from bodies of men or from the public have nothing to fear from the open avowal of any opinions, but to be ill thought of and ill spoken of. And this it ought not to require a very heroic mold to enable them to bear. So in other words, he makes a distinction between social stigma, which he thinks is a meaningful barrier to free expression, or the threat of becoming socially stigmatized is a meaningful threat to free expression. But the mere fear of being ill thought of and ill spoken of is either not a meaningful barrier, or if we act rationally, it would not be a meaningful barrier. So I want to take this distinction very seriously. So the distinction between worrying about becoming subject to a stigma is different from worrying about people thinking ill of you or speaking you know what about you. So here's my view. I think we have a legitimate interest in protecting what I'm gonna call our basic social standing. My notion of social standing comes from a particular tradition in anthropological sociology that I'll tell you about momentarily. We have a legitimate interest in protecting it because of its relationship to our access to material goods, our psychological well-being, and our ability to predict how others will treat us. So if we know that someone believes we have basic social standing, we know that she is going to subject her decision-making procedures to certain kinds of constraints, and that enables us to have confidence that there are a very small number of possibilities she will consider open in terms of how she interacts with us. And then as a matter of empirical fact, I think maybe we shouldn't do this, but we just do this. We treat our basic social standing as a basis for self-respect and a positive self-conception. So when I think to myself, why should I respect myself? I think, well, I'm a good member of American society, or I'm a good member of my department. I'm the right kind of person. I think of basic social standing in terms of what I'm going to call honor, which sounds like I think that we're all knights and damsels in distress in our society. I don't think that at all. I'm working with a technical notion of honor that starts in Emile Durkheim's work, so he was a foundational sociologist in the 19th century, and was developed by two micro-sociologists in the mid-20th century, Goffman, who I have become a specialist in the past year, and Julian Pitt Rivers, who writes about honor in modern society. So they think of honor as a concept that our practices presuppose. So they're looking at our practices and not necessarily the ideologies that we overtly espouse about our practices. They think often there's going to be a big divergence there. So our practices presuppose a notion of honor on which to have honor is to possess socially approved attributes. And when one has honor, you have the right, according to your society, so this is not a deep normative right, it's a social expectation, to be treated as honorable, and what that amounts to is having the right to certain forms of consideration, deference, and affirmation or praise. And you have basic social standing when you are widely recognized as having honor. I want to just flag that this notion of honor is structurally and conceptually quite different from what the Kantians think of as human dignity. So for example, they think in our actual practices, we presuppose that people have varying degrees of honor, right? All people have dignity and they have an equal amount. In terms of honor, some people we treat as having more honor than others. So for example, this is a Goffmanism. Why do many of us want to shake hands with Taylor Swift and have a picture of this on Instagram? Well, it's because we're presupposing that she's extra, extra secret, and some of the sacrality is kind of gonna rub off on us. And so, no, this is actually the practice. It's gonna rub off on us, and it's gonna make our social standing or our degree of honor a little bit higher. And that's why we want to show everyone that this happens. He thinks, it sounds kind of nutty, but I also, I thought about this and I said, I really don't know what else rationally we're doing when we show everyone that we shook hands with Taylor Swift. Now here's what Pitt Rivers says about honor. Oh, the other important thing is you can lose your honor and you can lose your basic social standing. You can't lose your dignity. So for example, one of the things that happens when you become a prisoner is you go through a degradation ceremony where you're not just divested of many of your legal rights, but you are divested of an expectation of certain forms of social niceties in the way people treat you. So here's what Pitt Rivers says about honor. Honor is the value of a person in his own eyes, but also in the eyes of his society. It is the estimation of his own worth, his claim to pride, but it is also the acknowledgement of that claim, his excellence recognized by society, his right to pride. Students of the minutiae of personal relations, and here he footnotes Irving Goffman, have observed that they are much concerned with the ways in which people extort from others the validation of the image which they cherish of themselves. And the two aspects of honor may be reconciled in these terms. The right to pride is the right to status. Now, the particular concept and metaphysics of honor is not super important for this talk. I'm going to skip this for the sake of time, but Goffman just says there's a notion of honor that has to do with positive social value that we have in virtue of possessing approved social attributes. Now, so the details about honor and social standing are not super important. What is super important is the social practice of deference. So when someone has social standing, when we interact with her, then, according to the rules of our society, we're required to make certain quasi-religious offerings to her. The reason I'm calling these quasi-religious is because it emerged from work applying Durkheim's structural analysis of religion to the rules of face-to-face conduct. And Goffman found some really striking parallels. So just as you don't come too close to an altar without making certain kinds of preparations, purifying yourself, you don't go see other people who are your non-intimates until you make yourselves presentable. And if you get too close to that person, here the distance is very culturally variable, but it is robust within a culture. If you get too close to that person, that is either a presumption of excessive intimacy or a threat, or you're showing you're really incompetent. So that's a sense in which it's quasi-religious. It's just running on some of the same structural principles. All right, so you owe other people two forms of deference: positive deference and negative deference. Positive deference are expressions of praise, expressions of a desire for contact and intimacy, and expressions of solidarity, where solidarity means something like fellow feeling. Negative deference means avoiding the expression of undue familiarity, scrutiny, and criticism. And what constitutes undue is going to depend upon the precise nature of the relationship. So here's some examples. Oh my God, I love your shoes. This is very gendered. This is mostly only women talking to other women. I mean, I might like your shoes, but why am I telling you this? It's not really relevant to what we're doing. Well, I'm offering you a kind of positive deference. I'm affirming that you possess the socially approved attribute of knowing how to dress yourself. It's so nice to see you again. This is something we say to people, like our colleagues, when we really don't want to see them. I'd really love to hear your opinion about so-and-so. that's a great point. Here's some violations of negative deference. Did you just have diarrhea? Your pants need to be tailored. This might be a manifest fact. It's completely out in the open, but please do not draw weight to it. You gained weight. And I was trying to think of an example of a kind of praise that's still a violation of negative deference. So I think if one of my graduate students came up to me and said, you know, I wasn't sure if you were going to manage it, but you guys did a great job hiring. Like, kudos to all of you. At least in my department, my thought would be like, who does the student think they are? So actually, some forms of praise can be a violation of negative deference because you're coming too close. It's an expression of intimacy. Now, Goffman's big thesis is that we can satisfy these deference requirements, and one of the reasons they're not overly onerous on us, by merely performing the corresponding act. So we don't actually need to, and we don't have to be understood to, commit to the literal or conventional content of the act. So all we need to do, as it were, is pay lip service, at least much of the time when we're interacting with non-intimates. There is a kind of commitment that you're doing when I say, that's a really great point. I'm implicitly committing to continue the interaction under the supposition that that's a really great point. So it's not that I'm putting no binding constraints on my actions. What I'm not doing is asserting in the normal way that that's a great point. So I'm going to run through a few examples to hopefully make this a little clearer. I hate to leave the party, but I really have to go walk the dog. Now, sometimes we say this when it's true, and sometimes we say it because we're bored or tired and we want to go home, but we need a face-saving excuse or a face-saving exit plan to leave. So the literal content of the act, what I would normally be asserting if I were to assert this, is something like, I'm leaving only because I have to walk the dog. If I didn't have to walk the dog, I would not be leaving the party. What I'm actually expressing and committing myself to is a different proposition. It's something like, my leaving does not express that you have negative social attributes and therefore does not threaten your standing. So my leaving does not express that you're boring or that your party has been going on too long or that I'm getting sick and tired of you. Now, of course, sometimes if I'm talking to someone I know very well, there's a way to say this to indicate I'm asserting it and I'm being sincere. But much of the time, I think, when I say this, if I don't have to go walk the dog, I'm not being insincere because the question of sincerity doesn't arise. So when I'm speaking ritualistically, I'm not laying myself under a commitment to the truth of the content of my assertion. So this would be an example of non-sincere speech. Of course, part of what you have to do when someone speaks to you non-sincerely is you're supposed to not draw undue attention to the fact that it's non-sincere. There's a longer Goffman story about why this is a constraint that has to do with the dramatic structure of interaction. If you're interested in it, ask me in Q&A, because I can talk all day about it. Here's another example that has caused all sorts of problems within my department of people misinterpreting what this assertion means. So in our program, our graduate students are our colleagues. The literal content of this Speaker's Act is our graduate students have exactly the same standing and status of colleagues. This is obviously false. What the speaker is actually expressing and commits herself to is we do not go out of our way to make rank differences salient or to pull rank. We try to respect everyone's philosophical ideas. This is our way to show that graduate students do not lack basic social standing in this department. This is a very interesting, what's going on here is a kind of what I would call a ritual conferral of status within an interaction. You're treating somebody as higher status than they actually are as a way to express a kind of consideration for them. But of course, it's very important that you expect the other person to recognize what's going on because if people become confused about their actual factual social status differences, there can be confusions about what people are expected to do and how they're expected to treat each other. So what I think ritual speech is, at least in the context of disagreement, is a social status safety protocol. It enables us to signal that we do not want to threaten someone's basic social standing, and also to actually make it the case that we do not threaten someone else's basic social standing, since social standing is in part determined by how we ritualistically treat each other. Now, open disagreement, especially about socially important matters, so not just about like, oh, I don't know, was like the Minecraft movie good or bad, but about what should the policy be, what are the contents of our moral obligations. When we have open disagreement, that can be interpreted as a failure to provide negative deference. So a failure to decline to express that someone has socially disapproved attributes. So when we want to disagree with people, but we don't want to like downgrade them, we don't want to threaten their status, we use ritual speech to try to both signal that and actually make it the case that we're not going to threaten their status. So here are a few examples. I just armchaired this. If I were a true sociolinguist, I would go watch like lots and lots and lots of video footage of civil debate and try to summarize it for you, but this is my like sat down with pen and paper for 15 minutes. So you can affirm the contribution to be a valid contribution. That's reasonable. I can see why you'd say that. Fair enough. You can affirm the value of the contribution. That's a good point. I've never thought of that before. That's interesting. A classic example that's actually, in some of the East Asian languages, it's apparently used much more than we use it in English, but you avoid saying that you and I are the ones having the disagreement, even though that's common knowledge. So you talk about two people who could be disagreeing. So someone could think that. One kind of argument is, wouldn't your opponent say? You can express gratitude. And then you can make explicit that the biggest risks, that you're diffusing the biggest risks by saying, look, like I don't think you're a racist for saying that, or I don't think you're a misogynist for saying that, or you know, my views are really extreme. I don't think you're the extreme one here. I think I might be. Again, it's really important that when we are saying these things ritualistically, we are not actually committing ourselves to the claim that we think the other person is being reasonable, which is why you can have funny things happen in philosophy Q&As where someone says, yeah, that's a really great point. I can see why you would think that. That's completely reasonable. But actually, I think like your presuppositions are like completely confused, and I have no idea what you're talking about, and you're violating some of the norms of reasoning, right? It's not actually there's no inconsistency here. The prelude is something like saying, look, everything I have to say after this prelude should not be taken to threaten your status as an intelligent professor or an intelligent philosopher. All right, strategies for increasing status risk. That doesn't mean not to do them, it just means you're more likely to get into like a status fight. It would be things like questioning someone's virtue by like insinuating that maybe they have bad motives. I wonder why you're talking about X instead of Y. Declining to minimize moral disapproval, like just outright saying you're promoting something morally abominable. Again, it could be that given everything you've said, it is like entailed that you're actually committed to the claim that the other person is defending something morally abominable. But declining to make that fully explicit is a form of negative deference. So when you make this fully explicit when you didn't have to, it can often be interpreted as a violation of deference. And why? Because you're trying to be antagonistic. And also, I'll talk about this more in a little bit, declining to minimize negative affect. So saying this is really upsetting me, or I just can't talk about this with people like you, you're making me really, really upset. This is the kind of thing that in small talk we often decline to do, because one way we show deference is by exhibiting self-control and kind of emotional stability. So when we decline to do this, again, there's a default presumption that it is a violation of deference, negative deference, and you're either being too intimate, coming too close, or you're like, you know, you're spitting on the altar, you're intentionally being disrespectful. Oh yeah, I was actually gonna make fun of Kathleen Stock for something that has nothing to do with gender. So she had a kind of screed against philosophy practices, and she talked about this thing that my department does that's like extremely funny in some respects. So she says, it has become much more common for audience members to start by thanking speakers fulsomely for their talk than offer banal and unfocused lines of questioning. Instead of trying to eviscerate the speaker with a devastating question, the new tendency was to try to be constructive and collaborative in one's approach, blah, blah, blah. As ostentatious expressions of civility went up, standards of inquiry dropped. Now, she might be right that Q&As are less philosophically productive than they used to be. I just want to zero in on this claim about what we're doing when we say, thank you for your talk, I loved it so much, it was so interesting, I understood it, and then you proceed to ask a question that really indicates you did not like the talk at all and you have no idea what they're saying. Again, it can seem funny, but it's not inconsistent, because again, the prelude there is ritualistic. It's saying, I'm not trying to destroy your status as a working philosopher. All right, so why aren't we doing this? All right, this is my actual view. Goffman also really hated therapists, so I think I've just been overly influenced by him. Okay, here's my more principled hypothesis. So we're in a cultural moment that doesn't just prize honesty. It specifically pathologizes social practices that promote non-honesty and reticence. So a social practice that requires us to speak non-sincerely, to decline to be maximally disclosive, or suppress our strongest authentic emotional reactions is one that we ought to change because it's indicative of disease, which here might be a lack of virtue on our part. We're being irrational, or we're being fraidy cats by not saying exactly what we think. Or because it leads to coordination failures and lack of cooperation. Now again, sometimes this is true. I don't mean to say that the cult of authenticity always gets it wrong, but I think we've gone too far. The term cult of authenticity is a play on words, so Durkheim says, in the modern moment, we are the cult of the individual. So I think we're not just the cult of the individual, we're the cult of the authentic individual. And I'm kind of joking about therapists because I'm thinking about the way therapists will sometimes conduct couples counseling, saying, as long as you speak from the heart and preface it by saying, this is just my view, right? I just happen to think that, and then anything you say afterwards is going to be fine as long as you sincerely meant it and it's fully disclosive, even if it's my personal view is you're completely disgusting and smell bad. Obviously that's going to have bad social consequences. All right, now, so because of this, more people decline to use ritualistic practices and more people fail to make the distinction between non-sincere and insincere speech, which leads to fewer people actually being competent in the practice of formulating and interpreting ritual speech and distinguishing the ritual from the non-ritual cases, which is really important. So then if I am only going to use ritual speech if I'm confident the other person will interpret what I'm doing correctly, I'm going to use it less because I'm going to think, look, if I say, look, I really liked your paper, the other person might get a big head and, think I agree with everything she said. So I'm just not going to say that because it's just going to be too much of a mess, which leads to more people declining to use ritualistic practices and more people failing to distinguish between non-sincere and insincere speech, which leads to less competency in the practice. And you can see how you get a runaway inflation problem leading to the overall degradation of ritual practices. They're just not being used as much. So here is, I think, I'm going to run through some objections that I hope embody this particular cult of authenticity and show you why I think a more nuanced notion of ritual exposes them for being confused. So someone might say, look, I'm not going to say a position is reasonable if I don't think it's reasonable. And in fact, I've already said stuff that commits me to the claim that it's not reasonable. I think this is a perfectly valid complaint if we're talking about genuine assertions, but sometimes you ought to just give pro forma lip service to the claim that a view is reasonable if you're talking with someone to keep the conversation going. Again, of course, if you think the other person is not going to correctly interpret you as being ritualistic, that's a different case. As long as I clearly state what my view is and don't overtly insult the other person. I looked up what civil discourse was, and a lot of articles use something like this definition. So as long as I clearly state what my view is and don't overtly insult the other person, I'm doing civil discourse. But I think to do civil discourse is not to comply with some ex-ante moral obligation to respect the other person or to always state your view under the under the conditional, this is just what I think. It's civil discourses are strategies to mitigate the potential and feared, reasonably feared social consequences of your disagreement with the other person. So it's going to require you to say phony things half of the time. The objection, roughly snowflakes, so people need to stop worrying about being insulted, which, they do, but the complaint about emotional fragility is orthogonal to the considerations about ritual. So I'm not arguing that you should engage in conversational ritual to make other people feel good or to avoid making them upset. So I'm with John Stuart Mill on this. I think you should do it to manage their basic social status and their legitimate concerns about it. And we can be reasonably concerned about this, even if we are maximally, virtuously unconcerned with people thinking ill of us, and we have maximum emotional self-control and regulation. Nonetheless, we will have an interest in protecting our social status. All right, so the declining use of incompetence with ritualistic practices increases the expected social risk of open political disagreement. And this means that it becomes rational to decline to engage in open political disagreement more often. So we should be phonies.
Okay, we'll now have 15 minutes for Q&A, starting with Sarah. Would you like the mic?
So I have two questions. One is for Jane, and one is for Sam. So Jane, I'm going to pull, borrowing from Jason, the David Briggs objection. So who would administer this state intervention? I imagine it would be court, which would be fine with me, but I think that needs to be clarified. Shall we do the answer first, and then I have another question for Sam.
I'll be very brief. So I think maybe the way this could work is sort of like the consent decrees that police departments are under, where maybe a legislature acts first, but ultimately if the university wants to challenge it or an individual faculty wants to challenge it, yes, it would be the courts. They'd have to make sure that there is evidence of a pattern of violations. So yes, courts, ultimately.
Okay, Sam, so let me start by saying that I have the utmost respect. I really mean it, though. I'm not being phony. And I'll give you a reason for that. You made me this. It was unexpected, and as such, it forced me to think harder. Okay. Now, with this premise, it seems to me you're defending basically a proceduralist case for civil discourse. So authenticity is a risk for ritualism. But my question is, can we do proceduralism here while keeping our authenticity? Because I'm not sure that once you remove authenticity from the equation, you do get the same result. And I give you an example. Public debates organized by universities, us. People, when they're on a stage together, they tend to agree more than disagree. It is phony, but everyone, in a sense, our students for sure, the younger people, can tell. And it doesn't help advance, even if they do engage, because the social status risk is lower. It doesn't then pursue the goal of meaningful engagement.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this question. It's really great. So I want to make an important clarification first, which is that I don't think authenticity should not be an ideal, and I think in terms of formulating the proper goal of true civil discourse, it's perfectly possible that we can't even formulate what that goal is without appealing to some notion of authenticity. What I'm merely complaining about is the pathologization of any practice that does not seem to, or that seems to require non-sincerity. So it's like, I'm totally happy to say, ultimately, the real reason we should engage in ritual is to pursue authenticity. It's just authenticity has this really funny structure where to maximize it or pursue it, you have to be non-authentic in certain domains. So I'm like totally happy with that, and would think that's like actually really interesting. Now I think the other thing you're worrying about is a case where we are overly, we're engaging in too much ritual speech. And there's not even an obvious, like, reasonable status-based reason we're doing it. We're exemplifying some kind of, like, viciousness, or we're conforming with, like, actually bad social practices. And yeah, I think this is a little bit undeveloped, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think there's an important distinction between ritual designed to affirm that thus and such is our view as a group, that like our group here at the University of Arizona believes X, Y, and Z, and we do a bunch of things to affirm that, and ritual that just affirms someone else's standing. And I think that where ritual practices go off the rails is we're doing too much of the former and not enough of the latter.
Thank you.
Thank you. I sincerely think that was fascinating, and I really look forward to reading more of your work on this, and I do mean that. I'm very bad at social practices, so it's probably
So am I,
sincere.
that's why I study them.
I was wondering, though, what you might think about an alternative set of social practices that have a ritualistic character that might, and whether you think this would be better for academia than some of the ones you propose. So I'm thinking about competitive sports. And there's a thing like, you and I are going to see each other in the field. I'm going to try to destroy you. I would like to have, like, our football game be 56-0, right? That's my goal. And you're trying to do that to me. And then at the end, we shake hands and the quarterbacks hug, and we all have to look each other in the eye and say good game and mean it. But on the field itself, we play really hard. And what about academia? Instead of having some of these social niceties, I've seen departments where that's their behavior. We're all going to try to win. I'm going to try to get you. You're going to try to get me. And then we shake hands, and it's like totally fine. Do you think that's a better model, a different model, a compatible model?
Yeah. So first of all, great question. And actually, when I was sort of writing this talk, I initially, when I was writing down different strategies, I had this strategy and then the sports strategy, where what we do is instead of trying to sort of modulate the meaning of what we're doing on the fly, we just modulate the meaning of the entire activity. So like you do when in football. The thing about sports is there's a massive infrastructure around helping us make the distinction between what happens on the football field and what happens outside of it. Not just saying good game, but there's a very clear start of the game when the game happens. There's a very clear endpoint. We dress up differently. We go to a specific place to do it. I think it's certainly possible to try to imitate some of that with the university, especially in the seminar room or a talk. And at one point, we might have had more practices like this. I think ultimately the authenticity culture is still part of the reason this is not working super well right now and we're not using it. When you talk about people talking about you bring your whole self to work, you bring your true self into the classroom, I just want to hear what you really think. When you start talking like that, instead of thinking, I'm kind of playing a character in a classroom, my character might be espousing, my actual views, but there's still some kind of distance between me and the character or the persona I have in the classroom. You need that kind of distance, and you need to be confident everyone else is going to understand that kind of distinction to really, truly be confident that everyone's going to understand that the meaning has changed. And it's very hard right now, I think, because of authenticity to get everybody there. But we could, and it might be that's actually, it might be just a lot more efficient because we just say, okay, now we're in the classroom space, we can do whatever we want once we have the infrastructure up and going.
So I'm going to read one of the questions from the Mentimeter now. So the question is, how does this phony lip service affect our character? If we habituate phony talk, then it seems that over time we may become a phony person and inhibit genuine friendships with others.
Yeah, so again, it's a super great question. So someone who's more of a cynical sociologist than me would say phoniness does really influence our character, and that's part of its function. but it's functioning to make us more pro-social beings. And it might not be through an irrational process. It might be, I think, okay, I have to say something good about my colleagues, like talk. My colleague like works on like, I don't know, like the Gracian implicatures, that's what I work on, and that's really boring, but now I have to pay attention. And it turns out, just like in paying attention, I end up becoming interested in this. And so part of the phoniness is to actually help us become more virtuous people. But of course, yeah, again, the worry is that if you are too ritualistic, you become, I don't know, like the stereotype of the mid-century, highly repressed American family who can't have like genuine spontaneity. So yeah, I know this is like really lame, but really it's just a balancing act. You want to have enough, value ritual for enough and for the right reasons that you don't start to devalue authenticity or start to become overly inhibited in ways that prevent you from achieving intimacy with others.
I'm going to get someone in the back this time. Here, I can. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, live stream can't hear.
Okay, I guess I do need the mic after all. Both talks were fantastic, thank you. I want to ask you about potential policy intervention, like give you an argument for it, and just see what your reaction is. So this is an argument for abolishing tenure. Maybe not for people who already have it, but going forward, no one gets tenure. This is the argument. What tenure is supposed to do is to insulate academics from certain kinds of pressure so that they can feel free to speak their minds. In fact, what we see is people who are tenured are mostly conformists, and people who speak their minds, they have ways of getting rid of you. Whether it's Amy Wax or Steve Kirshner or Joshua Katz or that law professor in Ohio whose name eludes me, they've got ways of getting rid of you. So this system doesn't seem to be working. So the state should eliminate tenure going forward in public universities. What's your reaction to that?
I don't agree with it. Well, I'll tell you, I'm kind of lukewarm on tenure myself just for the perverse incentives problem, but in terms of it serving the purpose that it was intended, I think it could work. In fact, I think it's quite invaluable. I mean, Amy Wax, I think, is an example of, she hasn't lost her job yet, and it's only because of tenure, right? And she's, productive otherwise, and I think what's lacking is not, rather than tearing down one of the reeds that is still there to hold on to, I think it would make more sense to have, to have greater scrutiny on the sorts of things that lead to the witch hunt to begin with. That's my take, but I can be convinced otherwise.
Yeah, thanks. I have been thinking a lot recently, and especially after the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, about the practice of democracy. And I think that the sort of thing that that you were talking about, where it's very important to communicate to people that their disagreement, my disagreement with you is not going to lower your social status. And I think we've been doing a really bad job of that, so I agree that that is very important, not just in academia, but in democracy at large. But I worry a little bit that losing the idea of authenticity, I think that in order to practice democracy effectively, you have to think, you have to really think that someone is not a threat to you, right? You need to authentically think that your views are not so odious that it is better for me to circumvent democracy through extra-legal or violent means in order to prevent you from achieving your goals, right? And that's something that you not only need to communicate that, but you need to like really feel that, right? Because the sense of threat that drives people to circumvent the mechanisms of democracy, like that's a thing that they feel deeply within their core. And so I wonder I don't know, perhaps this is just beyond the scope of your talk, right? But I wonder what you have to say about that, right? It seems like there's something really important about not just communicating things to people that actually the function of them is to kind of to obscure our true selves, right? But it seems like there's something really important about really feeling that the practice of democracy and keeping going in this conversation, feeling that authentically seems really important. So I wonder how you respond to that.
Yeah, that's a really great point. So I think part of what, at least if I understand you right, part of what you're doing is saying, for many purposes, it's not enough for me to believe that you have expressed, and for the purposes of this context, you're making official that you think I have, basic social standing, I'm an honorable person. It's perfectly compatible with you doing that, and you don't even need to be nefarious. This is kind of baked into the structure of the practice, that you go home and you think, how can I get this woman fired? She's an idiot, misogynist, racist. I want her to lose all of her material resources. And because of that, it seems like we also need mechanisms to convince each other that we actually do have certain beliefs. So the mere appearance of honoring someone is not going to be sufficient. And yeah, I guess I just want to say, yes, I agree. And there's a very interesting question, both normatively and sociologically, about how we balance these two considerations. For some purposes, we want ritualistic assurance to be very non-committal, very light. But for other purposes, it seems we need it to be like just more heavier, like epistemically heavier. It needs to be, maybe we want something even stronger than assertoric commitment. We want something like credible signaling, because we're trying to actually establish the kind of trust that can make testimonial justification even possible. And I think that's a different set of questions, and in part gets into questions about how we are confident that we have basic social standing in the first place, which is going to take a lot more than ritual. I agree.
Okay, let's thank the speaker.
All right, we're a couple minutes late, which is totally fine. We'll come back at 10:30 for the next talk. So we have 15 minutes to just get some coffee and some food or whatever, and we'll come back at 10:30. All right, thank you.
He's published, thank you. He's published extensively on issues concerning sentimentalism, the philosophy of emotion, and freedom of speech. He's on the editorial board of Social Philosophy and Policy, Oxford Studies in Political Philosophy, and the International Encyclopedia of Ethics. He's also the founder and director of the Freedom and Flourishing Project. His book with Justin Darms, Rational Sentimentalism, was published in 2023 by Oxford University Press, and he's currently working on a book project titled Mill's Reconciliation of Liberty and Utility. This morning, Daniel will present a defense of affirmative action for conservatives. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you, and thanks for having me. So the impetus for this talk is that for 5 years I ran a center much like this one at the University of Colorado, and part of that center was to have one of the things we did was to have a visiting scholar of conservative thought and policy every year, and I would often hear as a criticism from faculty members that this program was affirmative action for conservatives. And that was sort of presented as a knockdown refutation or knockdown argument for why it is that this visiting scholar position shouldn't exist. And of course, contrarian that I am, that got me thinking about whether affirmative action for conservatives wasn't actually a lot more defensible than the critics of this position and our center itself thought. So I'm going to argue that it is today. It is a lot more defensible. So why was it taken to be such a knockdown refutation to say that this program constituted affirmative action for conservatives, especially since the people making that charge actually typically favored affirmative action, traditional affirmative action? Well, I think the answer is kind of obvious. The first answer is obvious, that there was an implicit charge of hypocrisy going on. Now, I think there are different ways of working that out. One of them is fatuous, the other one, in my opinion, the other one is serious. That is the thought, but the thought running behind both is something like you claim to oppose affirmative action, but you just want it to benefit you. That's really what's going on here. You conservatives, that is. Now I do think that there's a fatuous, an empty way of making this argument, and that is to suggest that consistency pressure requires us to either support or oppose all forms of affirmative action. One reason I think that that's specious is that, in fact, nobody does. That is, it's almost impossible, given that affirmative action is, by its very nature, somewhat zero-sum. I think it is zero-sum. You can't support it in all forms, in all contexts. Nobody does, nobody should. Okay, so it's odd to think that there's just manifest consistency pressure that should force people who oppose traditional affirmative action. Affirmative action as a term of art, what we all know people mean when they use the term affirmative action. Like we all know what people mean when they use the term diversity. They don't mean all forms of diversity, they mean specific forms of diversity, unless explicitly specified otherwise. So traditional affirmative action, of course, applies to admissions, especially, not exclusively, applies to admissions and hiring and academia. That's what I'm going to focus on here, as was banned by referendum by California twice, by Michigan in 2006, and then nationally by Students for Fair Admissions Harvard. So what I'm going to say here, well, is, of course, this topic was, I chose this topic to be provocative. But what I'm going to say, part of what I'm going to say I think should be uncontroversial, and that is that racial discrimination has some moral and practical costs, even if it's justified in some contexts. Okay. So I'm going to point out some of the costs of racial and sexual discrimination. But my argument, everything I'm going to be arguing for here, is perfectly consistent with support for traditional affirmative action. I'm not arguing it here against affirmative action in the traditional sense. I'm not trying to be coy either. I'll admit to you, though I don't want to talk about this because it's not the topic of my talk, that I do oppose it. And I oppose it in large part because I was at the University of Michigan for 10 years post-2006, and every single hiring and admissions committee that I was on flagrantly violated state anti-discrimination laws. So that shapes my view on things, I'll grant. But not what this talk is about. Furthermore, what especially this talk is not about is outside of the academic context, such as for inner-city policing, where I think a good argument can be made that race is a qualification for the job, that you want your police force to match racially or ethnically the people who are being policed, for instance. So instead, my argument's going to focus on academic hiring, though it applies to at least graduate admissions too. I don't know how well it applies to undergraduate admissions. I don't really care. Okay, so what is it and what isn't it? Well, first place, notice that everybody, progressives too, favor some form of affirmative action and oppose others. So as I've said, I don't think there's any consistency pressure here. What I'm going to do is suggest that most, not all, of the considerations that are used to support traditional affirmative action are better justified to rectify the underrepresentation of conservatives. Now, I've put conservatives here in scare quotes deliberately because the population that's been discriminated against in academic hiring and graduate admissions is far larger than the word conservative actually suggests. It includes classical liberals, for instance, like myself. I mean, I think of myself as a classical liberal who was radicalized by the Great Awakening. But the group that's underrepresented, I'll just refer to as conservatives. But you should understand. I mean, it's important to understand just how broad that class is. Okay. Now, there is one argument for traditional affirmative action where I would not at all make this claim. I'm not going to make this claim at all. But I do think that argument, which I'll get to, does undermine academic freedom as other arguments for affirmative action don't, or other kinds of affirmative action don't. So what I'm going to do is to claim specifically that affirmative action for conservatives promotes academic freedom. And moreover, I'll assert and give you a little bit of reason to think that there is no other practical solution for what I consider to be the underlying problem, which is the institutional and ideological capture of universities. Okay, so I'm going to go really quickly through this because I think it's just very obvious and should be uncontroversial that conservatives, broadly speaking, are by all objective measures grossly underrepresented. Whether that's whatever the explanation of that is, it might be a benign explanation, but just the fact of underrepresentation. So this is circa 2018. Things have gotten a lot worse, if underrepresentation is bad. Since then, there are a lot of different ways to chart this. One is self-identification. You can see here that down at anthropology and communication, these are ratios, but there's no actual ratio possible. It's a ratio of political party by self-identification. because there are zero. There are no registered Republicans in those disciplines. And note, too, that this chart doesn't even include departments like ethnic studies and other somewhat dismissively called grievance studies departments, where, of course, the underrepresentation is even greater, and indeed is a sort of a structural feature of those departments, I will suggest in a bit. So I think we should be able to agree about the costs of traditional affirmative action, whether we're for it or not. Everything is a trade-off. My proposal is traditional affirmative action is, and you can come to a different view than I have about what we should trade off for what, and still recognize all of these costs of traditional affirmative action. I'll walk through them one at a time. Okay, so first, mismatch. This is most associated with the work of Richard Sander, UCLA, who showed that students with identical LSATs actually have a far lower passage rate of the California bar at elite schools than at matched or selective schools. So I'm not going to go through the whole chart. It's most illuminating to look at the LSAT of 150 to 152. This is pretty robust, as you'll see. But between 150 and 160, it's most dramatic. For students with an LSAT of between 150 and 152, you can see that those from elite schools passed the California bar, I think this is the first try, at a rate of 22%. Those at mid-tier schools, 51%, and those at lower schools, less elite schools, less selective schools, at 79%. So in other words, if you weren't in a cohort of people with higher LSATs, with noticeably higher LSAT scores than you had, you actually had a much higher chance of passing the bar exam. Okay. So that's a suggestion that a kind of mismatch can go on. This is just California bar exams here. This is a cost that you wouldn't have to pay in order to implement affirmative action for conservatives, because you wouldn't have to admit people with lower LSAT scores in order to practice it. Now, this is just one context, but I'm going to suggest that this is generally the case, that there aren't the costs of mismatch, and there aren't the costs of mismatch because conservatives and people with heterodox political opinions are actually being discriminated against. And what happens when people are being discriminated against, like at one point or other, black quarterbacks in the NFL, is that the ones who don't actually make it are actually more qualified than some of the groups participants who do. Okay, so nevertheless, I'm going to argue that this systematic discrimination against conservatives does create conditions that favor gradualism. So we shouldn't jump into, even if you end up agreeing or being convinced that we should have a program like affirmative action for conservatives, that doesn't mean that we should attempt to make representation anything like equal or anything like immediate, because the discrimination doesn't start with hiring or even graduate admissions or even college. At least, so I'll say. Now I'm going to have a few pictures today, and I'm not going to do anything to defend the illustrations that go along with the slide, and I'm not going to do that for a reason. I think they're eminently defensible, but I'm not going to defend them. I'm not going to defend them because I want to give you an object lesson in what it's like to be conservative in academia, which probably many of you don't need to get, but part of the object lesson is it's to go to a conference and just have to expect that any talk, no matter what it's on, will have something that gratuitously feels antagonistic to your political views. Okay? So, welcome to the club on that. So another cost of affirmative action, traditional affirmative action, is stigmatization. The stigma that people who weren't actually helped by affirmative action have to bear when people know that other members of their easily identifiable group were. So there's this strange conceit sometimes that affirmative action is crucial on the one hand, but on the other hand that no one is ever hired because of it. But once you lose that conceit and admit the obvious fact, some people are, then the question arises of any specific person whether they were. But this is much less of a cost for conservatives because conservative positions are already stigmatized in academia. So what's more, there aren't the racial overtones. I'm going to suggest that those are most corrosive to society. That the left complains about, sometimes fairly, about phrases like DEI hires, say, for even when applied even to cases where they're explicitly using affirmative action in hiring. So you can't stigmatize the people who are already have low status opinions. Second is fraud. As things stand with traditional affirmative action, there's a high incentive to masquerade as a member of a disadvantaged group in order to illicitly gain the advantage of affirmative action. And it frankly seems odd to me that the people who have clearly done that aren't more stigmatized for that, especially by people who support affirmative action. But nevertheless, that's how it seems to be. However, this cost, too, is just not associated with affirmative action for conservatives because there are counter-incentives for avowing low-status beliefs. And it's also much harder to fake than just checking an identity box. There's next cost in that list was the arbitrariness. Now, arbitrariness is too strong a word, but if you read David Bernstein's book, I think that you will be astonished by just how close to fair arbitrariness is here. Now, this is largely a leftist insight about racial classifications. But it's oddly overlooked, even in the cases where it's most applicable. And I think that this is a fairly common point. I think it's true, too, with adaptive preferences, another point that people broadly on the left have brought to our attention, and with implicit bias, which I'll be talking about a little bit later on, and, for that matter, systemic discrimination. So one of the advantages of having a more intellectually and politically diverse faculty is that these truths, or half-truths, or truths that haven't been applied to some of the best cases for applying them, would be, if we had people around to point out the less politically attractive ways in which those concepts can be applied. So what does Bernstein's book Unclassified do? Well, Scott Garber, a law professor, blurbed it the following way: Classified shows that American racial and ethnic classifications are arbitrary and inconsistent with our constitutional order. This is, I recommend the book for its, it gives a fairly clear view of the way in which the boxes are just capriciously constructed, that Asian American and Hispanic American are not anything like good kinds, and that creates a lot of arbitrariness and capriciousness into what groups are getting benefited. I think it's also an illustration of the corrosiveness of racial classification, and I'll suggest that in what follows. one of the most obvious ways in which it's corrosive, I think, in which racial classification is corrosive, is in creating a notion of white identity that I don't think was present, and that I think is dangerous. So at Steelman, the hypocrisy objection with which I began, I gave it in, it doesn't, as I've said, in my experience, it doesn't get fleshed out. There are better and worse ways of fleshing it out, and I think this is the best way. The best way is to say, look, here's the real objection. You conservatives, you classical liberals, at least, claim to favor meritocracy, but affirmative action is contrary to it. So that's the charge of hypocrisy that might stick. But I'm going to suggest that it doesn't. That is, that as I've said, my argument is that the arguments used to support affirmative action in academia better apply to the conservative case. Now, I already made a sort of the negative side of that argument to suggest that some of the costs aren't present in affirmative action for conservatives, but there's also a positive case. So affirmative action for conservatives is consistent with the norms and mission of the university, that is, academic freedom and promotion of knowledge. So I will claim. So what are the rationales for affirmative action? Well, this is news to no one. A remedy for past discrimination, the idea that diversity of some sort promotes the classical mission of the university, and there's often tacit, sometimes explicit, that affirmative action in academia palliates the systemic racism of the entire society. Now, I am not going to suggest that affirmative action for conservatives can do that last thing, can solve the racial problems that continue in society. But I also want to suggest that there are some costs to this, and some costs to increasing racial consciousness in academia. So I'm not going to argue that my proposal better satisfies the totalizing aims of social justice, right? By the way, so this is a somewhat famous for a week poster from the Smithsonian Museum of African American History that has been that informs a lot of DEI programs and critical race theory in general. It suggests that, among other things, that emphasis on the scientific method, objectivity, and the like, hard work, and being on time are aspects of white supremacy culture. I didn't make this. Conservatives didn't make this. Anti-critical race theorists didn't create this poster, even though I think it's the best grist for the mill of those who are critical of it. So I hope that the inherent divisiveness of calling these things aspects of white culture, I mean, I don't know who it offends more, who it's more offensive to, frankly, what group. People of color, white people, Asians, I think, as far as I'm concerned, it's offensive to all of us. So I think it's counterproductive, foments racial division, arguably racist itself. I would think so. And inconsistent with academic freedom insofar as it suggests that things like emphasis on scientific method, on replicability, on the sorts of things that classical liberals would think are crucial to the knowledge-seeking mission of the university have roots in white supremacy, something like that. Now again, none of this suggests that, this is not to suggest that traditional affirmative action, not to argue that traditional affirmative action is wrong, just to point out that there are deep costs to it. So recall the positive arguments. The first was a remedy for past discrimination. The problem when it comes to traditional affirmative action is the distance between current beneficiaries and those discriminated against in academia. I'm not saying in society as a whole, because remember, the one argument that I'm not making here is that affirmative action for conservatives preferable to traditional affirmative action for the point of trying to remedy the ills of society at large. But I think insofar as that mission conflicts with the mission of the university, then we should look for other ways of combating those ills of society at large. This doesn't apply to conservatives, though, because the conservatives who would benefit from affirmative action are the same people who have been, are being harmed by current discrimination in academia. Now, or so I say, that's simply an assertion. I will consider at the end some popular alternative explanations for that underrepresentation, that is self-selection and stupidity. Conservatives self-select out of academia on the one hand, or conservatives are too stupid to succeed in academia on the other. Those are the two most popular alternative explanations for this underrepresentation. So first, though, consider some of the evidence of systemic discrimination. Now, here too, I went super quickly. Jason has some slides that are directly relevant to this. But the point is, you know, people openly admit discriminating on political grounds amongst qualified candidates. So this was 2021, this particular chart. It shows, you know, somewhere between 10% and a third of these different, 5 minutes, great, groups are actually admit to being in favor of discrimination. Of course, that understates the pervasiveness of discrimination, because many people do it but don't, and know they're doing it, but don't want to admit it. Also because many people don't know that they're doing it. That's the insight about implicit bias. So for instance, mandatory or even optional, I'd suggest, DEI statements with overtly political criteria for scoring, eliminate candidates on political grounds before even the review of the department, that normatively defined disciplines, I'll get to what that means, and subdisciplines make it impossible to dissent from their central dogmas, which are controversial, and that from elementary school through graduate school and then hiring and beyond, in all those cases, people with unpopular conservative political beliefs are discriminated against in academia. So, and in the educational system, the American educational system throughout. So in evaluating candidates, this happens in evaluating candidates in grant proposals and publications and professional journals that have an activist mission or for simply political bias. Because we all prefer views that we agree with. So I already stated this and I'm running out of time. The point here is that the way that DEI statements in fact are used doesn't even allow, it cuts off an enormous percentage of applicants before any kind of departmental review. So not on the basis of merit. It also continues when one tries to publish in political journals with an activist mission or a political bias, whether explicit or implicit, and for grant applications, whether they're from the government or elsewhere. So once upon a time, for instance, you know, I do Mill scholarship, and I was writing a paper on Mill on speech and trying to keep it as unpolitical as possible, and got the following response. This is just anecdata about me, but I don't think it's just me. An editor gave a revise and resubmit verdict and said, I think the paper would be stronger if it passed a bit farther beyond Mill interpretation, where it's trying to hide, and made more connections with the contemporary literature on free speech. Well, okay, so I revised and resubmitted, of course, because one does, made the paper worse as a result, and then got back from the same editor that the author circles back to contemporary debates several times and often in ways that suggest a specific partisan, elsewhere identified as right-wing, stance that may undermine the appeal of the paper's argument to a wider audience. So, in other words, because there are so few conservatives in philosophy, we shouldn't publish the work of conservatives. By the way, this was the leading journal in political philosophy, philosophy and public affairs, in the pre-Brennan era.
How surprising.
Right. Normatively defined disciplines, I'll skip through this. There are feminist philosophy, according to Sally Haslinger, this is not a direct quote, but I think that she would embrace this. I don't think that it's at all unfair. She holds that feminist philosophy is not merely an academic pursuit, but is deeply entwined with activism and social change. Insofar as that's true, of course, it's not any old activism, but that's a overtly ideological stance that one can't count as doing feminist philosophy and be skeptical, it seems, about it. So the values of diversity, I realize I'm really out of time here. So there are some overwrought and implausible ones. I mean, I don't think this is implausible, but it's been put to me that racially integrated groups promote the ability to differentiate faces better across racial groups. That's true, but it seems pretty far from what universities should be doing. And what's more, racial separatism is against it. I actually think this is a strong point in favor of my thesis, really, because the value, the diversity value that's really beneficial, that's really valuable, is that of intellectual diversity, because it palliates certain universal cognitive biases, human cognitive biases, such as conformism, epistemic closure, the tendency to put oneself in a bubble because we find adverse discussion with people who disagree with us repugnant, especially on creedal matters, confirmation bias, group polarization. Jason spoke about that yesterday. I'm just running through this very quickly and still not going fast enough. I did write a paper on this. Oh, this was the paper that was rejected from Philosophy and Public Affairs. But it did ultimately appear in Social Philosophy and Policy. So you can look there for a more developed argument for why intellectual diversity serves as a counterbalance to cognitive biases. Okay, so we went through hypocrisy. I think that the idea of that part of what goes on here is that there's an idea of there are simply oppressors versus oppressed, and somehow or other conservatives are in the oppressors group, even though in the academic context they're clearly oppressed. And alternate explanations, stupid and self-selected, for the gross underrepresentation of conservative views. And finally, the idea that affirmative action for conservatives abrogates faculty governments, and that violates academic freedom. So I think that's true, by the way, that it does abrogate faculty governments. But the alternative explanation for underrepresentation of conservatives, the stupid or evil, just self-selected out, would never be used to explain the underrepresentation of any other group. In fact, it's taboo to offer such discriminations, such other explanations other than discrimination for underrepresentation. And that's what violation of academic freedom looks like: cancellation, the heckler's veto, and even in the case of Charles Murray and the poor woman professor who invited him, who isn't even Charles Murray herself, and was assaulted and hospitalized for the sin of having Charles Murray to campus. So even self-selection, by the way, when due to the costs of the social costs of unpopular opinion, is contrary to meritocracy. So even if conservatives do drop out because of the environment that they find themselves in, that too is an indictment more of the environment. Okay, so last point, against faculty government. There are some academic reformers, not these people. By academic reformers here, I don't mean the people who are creating alternative institutions like the University of Austin or the Freedom Center or Hamilton. I mean the people who tell us to just shut up and teach great books, as I put it somewhat dismissively. The trouble with that is departments often won't even let you teach the canon, which is without spending a third of the term on the roots of white supremacy of the canon itself. This, too, was why course that I created wouldn't be co-listed in either political science or philosophy. So I think that reform, in short, reform founders in the face of the institutional capture of the academy, and that, in fact, academic freedom was sacrificed by faculty governance. That older faculty created the hostile environment, but by capitulating to junior faculty and even sometimes graduate students, and as a result, what that means is that as older faculty get moved out, as they retire and aren't replaced in part because of the demographic decline, things will get even worse without a program like affirmative action for conservatives. So in other words, the threat to academic freedom comes largely from inside academia and thus can only be solved by pressure from outside, or so I claimed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Al?
I would suggest that we need to rethink diversity, as you've suggested, and that greater diversity in universities would involve not just more conservatives as students and faculty, but also more international students, and not just international students who are the sons and daughters of elites in their home countries, and also, I'd say, maybe more Marxist and anarchist as well.
I didn't hear a question, yeah. Okay. Every philosophy, I mean, that's not quite true. Almost every philosophy department I've been in has had more Marxists in it than Republicans. That may not be true of a couple, but just make that observation.
Other questions?
Thanks. Really interesting with a nod to Sam. So I was wondering if you had thoughts about implementation. So by hypothesis, one of the problems is that departments don't want to do this. So like the government sent a letter to Harvard and said diversify every unit on your campus on ideological grounds. That seems like maybe a bad approach because you know, forced association tends to make departments break rather than promoting good values. And so given this sort of status quo as you describe it, can you say a bit about like the institutional design question of how you might implement this without causing super significant problems within departments that might you know, achieve more harm than good and end up wasting a lot of resources?
I'm really tempted to say that's beyond the scope of this paper. So look, JP, great question, and the short answer is no, frankly. This is in a way an argument of ideal theory. When it comes to non-ideal theory, how might we increase diversity, intellectual diversity on campus? I do think that independent centers are the best practical way that avoids the sort of some of the problems that you highlighted and some others that no doubt would be the case. Let me just say one thing in defense of the idea of doing this institutionally, though. At least it won't be, if people who are against it are forced to do it, at least some of the corruption that I've seen personally is likely to be diminished by the fact that they don't think, unlike, as I said, every hiring committee that I was on in 10 years in a state that had passed an anti-discrimination referendum, not only did it violate state law, but the people who were in it knew that it was violating state law. You know, the chair of a hiring committee would say, don't put anything in an email. So when you say that, you know what you're doing. But that's all I'll say. It doesn't. I don't mean to suggest that those worries aren't real worries. Of course they are.
Thanks so much. I have a question and a comment that's addressed for your mail. I'll start with the comment. You know, there's all these studies about how much work conservatives have to do to succeed in academia. James Kleithman has an interesting thing about law schools where he found that libertarians and conservatives have on average twice as many articles and books as people at similar levels, like, you know, like the top journals, top books, as identically ranked people at the same institutions. And it's interesting that in any other thing, if we found that, say, black faculty had to publish twice as much as otherwise identical white faculty to get jobs, you would think that's evidence of discrimination, and that no one, for some reason, progressives are able to rationalize that away when it comes to conservatives, but it's, of course, evidence. My question, though, is kind of like JP's. So imagine you succeed and you hire a bunch of conservative faculty, perhaps in independent studies and so on. One of the things they need to do, and this might be biased towards R1 universities, and I understand that we are a minority, they have to publish, and publishing requires getting through journals, and journals are mostly controlled by certain people of certain ideologies, and referees can be extremely hostile, so even if you're an editor trying to do the right thing, you often can't distinguish between genuine disagreement and ideologically pressured disagreement. So unfairly, what would you do about that? Or like, how would affirmative action for conservatives deal with this problem?
Right. So okay, I think we would get somewhere. I don't tend to like to do ideal theory, in fact, but I think that there's something to be said for it, which is if I convince some of you who came in thinking that affirmative action for conservatives was an utterly ludicrous idea, or fundamentally hypocritical or self-serving or something like that. And if I convince some of my colleagues that that isn't the case, then I might hope that they would realize that intellectual diversity too was a value. I think on a slide I skipped over, there was a list of, again, this was just a survey of what sorts of diversity academics thought were valuable. And the bottom two, still there were people who checked the box, so there was, I think, 33% or something like that. But the bottom two were intellectual and political diversity. So if by doing a little bit of ideal theory we can convince people that intellectual diversity and political diversity really are values we should be trying to promote, which I don't think is widely held in academia, then we can hope, especially if we create some alternative institutions, like a philosophy and public affairs that is not ideologically captured, say, then maybe we can make some progress.
Thank you. So this would be a great policy for me, but I think it might not be good for society. So Thomas Sowell has this book called Affirmative Action Around the World, an Empirical Study, and he looks at like 6 different countries, and he notices certain trends. Like one, racial preferences or group preferences that are supposed to be remedial, they're proposed as temporary measures. They always end up lasting a lot longer than is proposed because there's an interest group in keeping it going. It always goes from like a modest sort of tiebreaker thing to something much, much stronger. It always gets extended to other groups that were not originally considered to be within the scope of the discrimination that was being suggested. So this is my worry, like, yeah, if you could have just enough affirmative action for conservatives to offset the discrimination for just a little bit, that would be great. But that is a little bit like saying, what if we just had censorship, but only for the really bad views? Like, you just can't, like, as Jay was saying, you just can't trust people to behave that way. So even if we had the right kind of affirmative action for conservatives policy in place, the Republicans would ruin it because they would demand more, and this would just be following the pattern of what we've seen over and over again with these kinds of policies. So that's my worry.
Yeah, so it's a good worry in principle. I guess I want to say something of the same, give the same response that I did at the end to Jay, which is at least when the policy is being implemented by people who don't think that it's their moral, that don't think they have moral permission or moral obligation to violate the law, and to do it gung-ho, at least if they're being dragged to it, dragged kicking and screaming to it, maybe we can hope that those overreaches won't happen. I guess what I'd say too, though, is, and this sort of ramifications of an earlier talk today, if we don't do this, if we academics don't do this on our own, then the alternative remedies, as implemented by the state, at least, at least on, in state schools, are likely to be even more heavy-handed and have even higher costs.
I'll ask one question from the online Q&A here, and then I think that'll be all for this round. Can you speak to how this topic ties into tenure?
Yeah, can I? I'll say this. I don't think that tenure does a great job of promoting intellectual or political diversity. I think we just see that. I mean, you know, it's good to invoke Amy Wax here because, yeah, there are cases where people would clearly be fired, but for unpopular political opinions. But you know, I think it's a clumsy tool at best, and if I'm right about the facts of institutional capture, you know, I don't even think there's much reason to think that they've been slowed by the institution of tenure. That's not to say I'm against tenure exactly, but I'm pessimistic about its ability to solve what I see to be the central problem.
Let's thank our speaker.
Okay, let's, JP, you're next, right? Correct. Okay, so let's come back at 11:30, and then we'll have JP's talk. See you soon. All right, everyone. We're gonna get started here. So what is it? It's 11:30. So we'll have our next speaker, and then on the program it says to come back at 1:30 or something, but we're gonna go up to 2. So we'll come back at 2 so that everybody has a chance and time to get lunch. So yeah, so we'll gather back at 2. So we're just running just a bit late, which is okay. Which means there's been lots of great discussion. So all right. So without further ado, yeah, go ahead, Alex.
All right. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. J.P. Messina. J.P. received his PhD from UCSD in 2018 and is now an associate professor at Purdue University. He specializes in moral, legal, and political philosophy and the history of modern political philosophy with a focus on Kant. In 2023, he published his book, Private Censorship, and today he will be giving a talk titled Public Universities and Liberal Neutrality.
So thanks very much, Alex, and thanks to Mary and Amy and Rishi and everyone else at the Center for the Philosophy of Freedom for bringing us all together in a time when I guess it's really important to think about things like academic freedom. So I'm going to talk about public universities and liberal neutrality. Hopefully you know what the former is and will know what the latter is in a moment. But first I want to talk about an institution that seems to be in significant crisis. So I'm not sure how well you can read the chart displayed, but this is from a Gallup survey. And what it shows is that in 2015, roughly 60% of respondents had a great deal or quite a lot of confidence in institutions of higher learning in the United States. And by 2024, almost a decade later, that number had dropped to 36%. In 2015, about 10% of people had very little or no confidence in institutions of higher learning. By 2024, that number had jumped to 32%. And while these trends are driven in large part by Republicans, you can see in some of the breakdowns here that the trends have gone in bad directions for independents and Democrats as well. There is no group that is more confident now in institutions of higher learning than they were about a decade ago. And what's cool about the Gallup survey is that they asked people for their reasons. And among the reasons that people cited for not having much confidence in higher education is that they view universities as having political agendas. 41% agreed with that at that level of description. 25% said that the worry was that universities were brainwashing or indoctrinating people or spreading propaganda, political propaganda. About 17% said that the institutions were too liberal the other reasons are independent of politics, but I'll mostly be focusing on the political reasons. So the other reasons that people are really concerned about higher learning is that they don't prepare people well for jobs, and there's other data that supports that employers say. Only about 2 in 3 of employers say that their recent grads are prepared to start working when they get out. And then there's the issue of cost, which is a complicated issue because sticker prices have gone up, but aid packages have gotten more generous. And so I've got a colleague, David Hummels, in the economics department at Purdue, who's recently written a blog post on 5 myths of higher learning, making the argument that we shouldn't be overly concerned about costs. I'm not going to talk about either the costs or the wrong focus kinds of things. What I will talk about is the idea that declining trust in universities appears to be at least partially explained by concerns about their politics. And in response, there have been a number of legislative and executive efforts to reform universities to make them do better on this particular metric. So states like Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, my home state of Indiana, Louisiana, Ohio, Texas, and Utah have introduced bills, parts of which are geared at addressing the leftward tilt of universities. There have also been recent federal executive actions affecting NSF funding priority changes. So we'll talk a little bit about those. Word bans, actions to enforce the Civil Rights Act, and so on and so forth. These measures I think very obviously, subject university government to increased political control. And I think this raises a lot of people's hackles about academic freedom. And I don't want to pick too much on someone who is in fact one of my intellectual heroes, but Keith Whittington recently put it in a blog post after the Florida bill passed. He said, from a conservative perspective, there's little to fear from breaking down the norm that keeps politics at a university. So he's demurring. He's saying there's really, at least from the perspective of conservatives, no reason to think that this is going to make things worse. Politics is already in the universities, but it came from the inside. If power switches in the Florida State House, the worst that can happen from a conservative perspective is that things go back to the way they are right now. Universities are already in the worst case scenario from the perspective of many conservatives. I have a great deal of respect for Keith Whittington. I'm not totally on board with that, and I kind of want to use my time today to explain why. I'm going to do that by taking a bit of a circuitous route. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about an ideal or criterion of authoritative state action called liberal neutrality. I'm going to make a case, it's going to be a quick case rather than a full case, for the idea that public funding for universities can be consistent with that criterion. But when you make the arguments that you need to make for publicly funding institutions of higher learning, you're going to notice that not just any epistemic institutions will do the trick. These arguments are going to impose duties on states with respect to their independence and university members alike. And I will do very quick work at the end to suggest some ways that this framework can help us sort between what I'm going to call corrective reforms from outside and corrosive reforms that would make things worse. So the idea of liberal neutrality sort of became really popular with John Rawls, who noticed that we disagree, especially in his later work, not just about conceptions of the good, but also about conceptions of justice. And he thought that it was really important to take that disagreement seriously, and that one thing that we should do in taking it seriously is making sure that our policies, at least when they are authoritative and bind the wills of people subject to them, are neutral between conceptions of justice and conceptions of the good. Just a nod to Steve Wall, who has a slightly different understanding of what generates the requirement to be neutral between certain conceptions of the good. He might be right about that. I'm going to set it aside and focus on disagreement. One thing that makes people allergic to talk of neutrality is a mundane fact that it seems like it's prescribing something that can't be had anywhere. So here's Charles Larmore in 2013 admitting that any principle of legitimacy, including neutrality, presupposes the wrongness of some views about the human good or about justice, even if there are reasonable people who happen to espouse them. There is no way to handle politically the problem of disagreement that is not itself, at least potentially, an object of reasonable disagreement. Principles of legitimacy have to be judged not by their capacity to escape being controversial, but by the moral values that lie at their basis. In other words, when you advocate a principle of neutrality, you're not committing to saying something that nobody will disagree with. Rather, you're trying to espouse principles of legitimacy that rely on values that are accessible to people, even though they might disagree with the principle when it's formulated. So principles of legitimacy aim to ground authoritative political action in more than mere strategic considerations. People who are drawn to principles of neutrality think it's a bad thing if the only reason that we have to comply with the directives that we're under from our governments are strategic. That is, that we fear punishment and don't think that we could get away with doing what we want to do without being punished. And for Larmore's part, he articulates two norms that I'm not really going to talk about, but I just want to give you the flavor of what a principle of neutrality might build on, that he thinks can ground an attractive principle of neutrality. So the first is rational dialogue. When consensus is not forthcoming through rational dialogue, you should retreat to common ground and only impose those policies that are justifiable based on the things that are shared between participants. And equal respect. You don't want to merely impose your views on others, but really treat them as parties to whom we owe justification for our activities. And one thing that Larmor is like really keen to emphasize is that unlike defenses of liberalism that you might find in Kant or in Mill, there's no commitment to individualism that these sort of norms require. You could be a collectivist and think traditions are really important and still get on board with these norms. So authoritative institutions are those, I'm saying, that claim to bind persons against their private wills. They tell you you have to do something that you might not otherwise want to do. And the argument for thinking that our erection of authoritative institutions is bound by a neutrality principle is that to allow such institutions to operate independently of a neutrality constraint is to basically amount to treating the subjects to the policies as objects of social policy rather than subject participants in it. And when so, dissenters have no reason to comply other than fear. And so, I think there's good reason to think that authoritative institutions should respect neutrality. The second just mundane observation I want everyone to notice is that taxation to support institutions of higher learning is paradigm authoritative state action. That is to say, your stuff is being taken and being used to support something that you might say like, well, I'd rather buy a new car with that money than support institutions of higher learning. My claim is, if it's to be justified, it doesn't have to be the case that people say, yeah, like that's actually what I really want to do now. Rather, it has to meet some minimal neutrality constraint. Early in the liberal tradition, the neutrality constraint was taken to be pretty restrictive. So Locke famously thought that authoritative institutions should really be limited to protecting liberty, persons, and property from domestic and foreign invasion. Why did he think that? Well, he had a view according to which our reasons for entering political society in the first place were just to protect those things. We don't share anything else in binding together for in political society. These are goods, on the other hand, that anyone entering political society can be presumed to want whatever else they want, and so authoritative institutions should be limited to protecting just those things. That's not, I think, the contemporary view about what liberal neutrality requires. And Joseph Heath, in his book on the administrative state, The Machinery of Government, has recently made the case that one of the insights from welfare economics is that it provides further grounds for intervening or for erecting, I'm going to stop using that verb, authoritative institutions, namely their capacity to correct for market failures. So, a little bit of background on that in case you're not familiar. Welfare economics operates by means of a Pareto criterion. A Pareto improvement is a change that makes at least one person better off and no one worse off. Markets are said to fail when there are available Pareto improvements that go unrealized. And so assuming basic things like that everyone has reason to want more rather than less and that there's no leveling down, we don't want to stop people from realizing benefits just because they'll get better off and we won't get better off. The case can be made that authoritative institutions realizing Pareto improvements satisfy liberal neutrality. They give people things that everyone can be presumed to want whatever else they want. So markets are usually thought to fail with respect to public goods provision. A public good is, in the strict economist sense, is any good that's non-rival and non-excludable. Because public goods are non-rival, my enjoyment doesn't compromise your enjoyment. Because they're non-excludable, providers can't easily stop others from enjoying them, even if they haven't paid for them. The first feature implies that there's not that much risk that public provision or something like that will lead to overuse. Again, my enjoyment doesn't compromise your ability to use the resource. And second, the second feature of public goods implies that absent public provision or something like it, the good will be underprovided due to free riders. Basically, people can get away with consuming the good without contributing to its production. We predict that they will do so when they can, and so you're not going to get these sorts of goods. So you can see where this is going. I'm going to be making the suggestion that universities provide goods that are public goods, and so satisfy Pareto and so satisfy liberal neutrality. But you might think that that's just wrong-headed. Universities are like quintessentially private goods. So they provide research, education, and credentialing. There's a sense in which those goods is excludable. So research and data sets are often behind paywalls. There are admissions criteria into educational institutions. Credentialing is tied to success. So even if you get admitted to Harvard, that doesn't necessarily mean you'll enjoy the credential. And lots of people don't get in at all. And there's also a sense in which at least some of the goods they produce is rivalrous. So when you turn your focus to things like laboratories and lab equipment, which are quite expensive, these are clearly scarce. And it's not the case that my using a lab doesn't diminish your ability to use the lab. Education's not perfectly scalable, to the chagrin of many administrators. You can't get rid of most professors and just do MOOCs. And credentials have their value in part due to their scarcity. If everyone got law degrees from Harvard, they would lose much of their economic value. I don't want to deny any of this, but I think that if you look at things from another angle, the goods that universities provide are quintessentially public goods. So I think the benefits of research findings are non-rivalrous and non-excludable. The benefits of an educated citizenry and workforce are non-rivalrous and non-excludable. The benefits of a system of credentialing are non-rivalrous and non-excludable. So if universities really do provide these goods, though see work by Jason Brennan and Phil Magnus for thinking that they might do a lot of false advertising in producing these goods, then authoritative institutions can provide them consistent with liberal neutrality. Suppose you're not on board with that public goods argument. I think there are still reasons for thinking that the markets are going to fail to provide these goods adequately. Basic research, liberal arts education, and civics education involve high barriers to entry, asymmetric information, and network effects, and I think all of those are linked to market failures in the welfare economics literature. One thing that I was surprised by when I was reading again David Hummel's work on higher ed is that by some estimates it can take up to 20 years for basic science to show up in patents, that is to show some economic value. And that's an average of 20 years. It's not an upper bound. It's an average of 20 years to show up in patents. The average life of a business or a market institution is much shorter. Many of them fail within the first year. If we're relying on industry to fund research, we're going to find that a lot of basic research that turns out to be really important gets not done. And so I think even if you don't like the public goods arguments, there are reasons for thinking that markets are going to fail and states are going to be able to do things like realize Pareto improvements. But you might think that they don't need to fund universities to do that. Rather, they could just directly fund research. Why not think that they should just directly fund research? Well, I think it's pretty difficult to know which projects and lines of inquiry will be successful in advance. Just given their skills and what tends to predict who gets into office, government actors are going to tend to have a pretty limited ability to pick research winners and losers. What's more is that their incentives aren't well designed for that, so they might give out research grants as political favors to gain re-election rather than to fund transformative research. I think as goes higher learning, another putative benefit of universities is that placing the curricula directly into the hands of elected officials is a pretty risky business. I wouldn't necessarily want to do it, notwithstanding the things that makes me say in a revisionist spirit about our current secondary education system. The division of labor, rather, through traditional disciplines is, as far as we know, the best way of identifying persons and projects positioned to advance discovery and positioned to help people in their pursuit of higher learning. So if this is basically the reason that it is legitimate to extract tax monies from people who might not want to support the activities of universities, then I think universities have to look a certain kind of way. So the justification for publicly funding universities is grounded in their production of epistemic, civic, and market benefits that markets fail to generate on their own at the adequate levels or the desired levels. And this just means that they have to be structured in ways that are likely to facilitate the production of those benefits. As our gracious host Rishi worries, however, they might not be so structured. So Rishi gives us a thought experiment asking us to envision funding something like the Heritage Foundation with tax monies. Heritage Foundation is an epistemic institution. It might produce some knowledge. Nevertheless, coercive taxation to support it seems to be in violation of the neutrality constraint. It says, coercive taxation to fund heritage would not be justifiable to those on the left and center of the political spectrum. We can imagine someone saying, I don't want my money going to support an ideology I deeply disagree with, and they would be right to be indignant in this way. We can imagine similar complaints on behalf of atheists or Muslims or Hindus if the state used taxes to fund Christian church activities, and so on. Freedom to express and promulgate ideas, which we should afford heritage, is one thing. The right to coercively extract resources required for such promulgation is quite another. Rishi then forces us to observe that while heritage leans right, modern universities lean left. A 2016 study, he says, shows that the ratio of registered Democrats to Republicans within history, journalism, law, psychology, and economics departments is 10-1. For elite institutions like Berkeley or Yale, the ratio is even higher. Among these fields, economics has the most balanced ratio at 4.5-1, while the ratio in history is 33.5-1. More recent study of faculty from top liberal arts colleges, a sample of 51 colleges, so on and so forth, found DR ratios of 43.8 in sociology, 48.3 in English, and as Dan told us in his talk, did not find a single Republican in anthropology and communications departments. Recent survey of my field of philosophy showed that 75% of the profession leaned left, while 14% leaned right, and 11% identified as moderate. Now, organizing universities based on disciplines gives them discretion, and so there's a tension between wanting universities to be independent, to function through disciplines and their norms, and to be broadly balanced in a way that leads us to think that they'll provide research findings that are not ideologically skewed. So what do I mean when I say that I think that universities should be structured in ways that respect sort of discipline autonomy? So universities are and ought to be comprised of disciplines which train experts to recognize opportunities for knowledge advancements, convey the existing state of knowledge to students, and recognize and propagate standards for admitting, hiring, and promoting new experts, assessing new contributions, and so on. That's a lot of discretion to vest in disciplines. But it's not only the disciplines themselves that have discretion. Disciplines also have to be autonomous from one another. So you don't want the economics faculty telling the philosophy faculty to abandon their efforts to understand normative ethics in favor of their welfare criterion. That would be bad. Standards vary. We gain from the division of labor. We don't want too much infighting between departments. They need to be independent of one another. For reasons that I've already indicated, they should be free from market incentives. By hypothesis, many questions that return significant social value won't be pursued if market incentives dominate. And they have to be free from undue political pressure. If politicians could pick winning and losing projects, then there's really no need to keep around this old institution of the university that's been with us for centuries. But moreover, to serve well in their disciplines, faculty must be free to inquire, including when inquiry threatens to upset disciplinary consensus, empowered to take risks, free to teach and mentor students, and free to dissent from administrative decisions, decisions by political bodies, and decisions by market actors. So pretty much everyone in the university should have a great deal of discretion, and anytime you give people lots and lots of discretion, there's the risk that they're going to abuse it. And I think, though this is speculative and it's ultimately an empirical question, that abuses of this discretion are behind some of the trust issues that universities face, the issues with which we began. I think university actors have fallen short in exercising their discretion in a number of distinct domains. Universities have tended to, their administrations, especially from the president's office, have tended to issue controversial statements on behalf of their members in ways that treat the university as a whole as having a view on matters of public concern, rather than treating faculty and students as the organs for activism. There have been a number of cases, FIRE does a pretty good job of tracking them, of sanctioning faculty for their exercises of legitimate academic freedom. When those sanctions have failed due to things like tenure protections, they're nevertheless costly for faculty to engage in and can can cause the institution to perform badly in terms of its epistemic function. As Dan said, I've also been on some hiring committees. There are some discriminatory hiring practices that are abuses of power. Leaving aside the issue of state law, which is I think, one really important thing, they tend to, in my experience, treat academically irrelevant criteria as either disqualifying or especially qualifying. I think university actors, especially the tenured folks among us, have not taken advantage of their tenure protections. They become boring conformists. They don't push the envelope. They're extremely risk averse. And that's a failing of their discretion that tenure gives them. I don't think it's a good reason for getting rid of tenure. I had one of these like non-renewable or renewable term contracts with lots of conditions on non-renewal that made me feel pretty protected, and the university was pretty easily able to violate it. There's a lawsuit ongoing. In response to this, states have intervened in ways, I think, potentially productive and unproductive. They've tried to institute post-tenure review to track productivity and fealty to certain values, to ban the teaching of certain ideas and require the teaching of others. They've mandated, in certain cases, commitment to ideological diversity, to institutional neutrality. They've funded new centers designed to diversify the academy without working through the traditional channels of department governance. They've banned the use of diversity statements in hiring. They've threatened to revoke grants already issued if universities fail to reform in very determinate ways. And they've even created lists of words like this one that say that your grant proposal will be prejudiced if you say any number of things like affordable home or men or obesity, which I think are probably pretty important issues to be researching. And so anyway, I think the sort of punchline of this talk is that I think that if you really understand what justifies us in funding institutions of higher education through tax dollars, you can kind of you can begin to sort interventions like this into corrective and corrosive interventions. So I think corrective interventions, I can't get myself to think that there's anything wrong with states requiring public institutions to be institutionally neutral. That is, to refrain from making statements on matters of public concern, right? One of the reasons that you want them to be neutral in that way is because it promotes the freedom of people to dissent from the majority view. And that's really important, I think, for pursuing inquiry without fear of ostracization from your peers and from your administration. I think some forms of institution building where you might create incentives to change the patterns of hiring might well be justified. I think it's really important, as I mentioned to Dan, that those institution building exercises function in the right kinds of ways, because if they don't, what they amount to is basically allowing a bunch of people that don't know all that much about scientific research to impact who gets hired and who produces scientific research. And so I think you've got to be really careful that you're not empowering basically politicians to make these calls when really experts should be making these calls. A post-tenure review designed to sanction misconduct is not such a bad idea. We have it in Indiana. We have something in Indiana that I do think is a bad idea. But if you're just trying to look at people who haven't published anything in 40 years and have nothing but complaints from students about how they comport themselves in the classroom, that's not the sort of stuff that tenure was designed to protect, and I don't think that there's any reason for the state to allow state resources to go to protecting people who are basically exploiting what are in fact very strong protections. I think there are good arguments for thinking that you should condition public funding on non-discrimination. How that looks and how that's enforced is a really interesting and difficult question. What constitutes discrimination is a really interesting and difficult question. There are a lot of values that are relevant in academic hiring. And so you want to make sure that people can really do their jobs well, but you don't want it to be the case that the 20% of faculty or whatever in the United States that want to discriminate against people for the basis of their political views or for any other reason, frankly, are allowed to do so with carte blanche. I think there's good reason to think that diversity statement reform of the sort that rejects the California system in which these were used as pre-department review criteria to toss applications out the door, that's a pretty good idea. I don't think I'd go so far as to ban departments asking for them in the first place, I think that they can, in principle, used properly, provide valuable information, and I think information is good, so you should be able to collect it. And I won't talk about the last bullet point on the corrective side, but I think that the idea that universities have no vocational aspect to them is mistaken if you read the history of the institution very widely. Even in the medieval times, they had a vocational purpose. Corrosive interventions, on the other hand, ideologically grounded funding criteria. We really want the experts calling the shots when it comes to what questions are worth pursuing. We don't want politicians in Washington calling those shots. Mandates to profess certain values. Diversity, I think, is a value. I care about it. Speech, free speech. I care about free speech a great deal. I've written about it extensively. I'm like a free speech absolutist, or as close to it as you can get in the contemporary academy. I also think the university should be full of people who disagree with me on that front. And so some of the provisions in state law that suggest that if you're found to disagree with free expression, you're going to be in trouble in your post-tenure review, or bad laws. I also think mandates to teach a range of views or refrain from teaching certain ideas are bad. A range of views, like what could be wrong with saying to professors, you've got to teach a discipline-appropriate range of views in your class? Well, what does that mean, and who's like in charge of enforcing it? If I want to teach a class on Kant, how much Hume and Locke do I have to teach? Is there a sensible answer to that question? I think that you can have a good university class on Kant. You can have a good university class on Hayek, on Marx. It's weird to think that every single class should be a site of intellectual diversity. They shouldn't be incompatible with it in certain ways, but they don't have to be a perfect sort of cross-section of what people throughout history have believed about all manner of questions. And then I think obviously ideological post-tenure review is a bad idea, and one of the risks for the kinds of post-tenure review that seem non-ideological is that they can get captured by ideologues who end up enforcing them and used to do things that they weren't designed to do. So we have to be really, really careful in institutional design. And then I think that a lot of things that might seem like they're really good, like we want faculty to be research productive. I do too, right? But Florida has, certain departments at the University of Florida have said that, I think computer science said you had to have, don't quote me on this because it's not on the slide, and, but I read it. You had to have like 16, over a 5-year period, you had to have 16 good publications and $800,000 in funding. What is that incentivizing? I think it's incentivizing a bunch of junk research. You want people to be able to do deep research. One of the things that tenure is designed to protect is periods of unproductivity, so that people can do deep and controversial research without fear of being dismissed. So, I think you might think that post-tenure review to incentivize people being productive is a really good thing. I think it has to be designed really, really carefully to avoid disincentivizing risk-taking. Higgs, the physicist who discovered the Higgs boson, has famously said that even prior to post-tenure review, he wouldn't have made it in the publish or perish culture endemic in most universities. That's a cost, right? He produced a lot of really important research, and we want to make sure that we're incentivizing that. If tenure isn't doing it alone, maybe tenure is supplemented with things that explicitly reward especially ambitious projects that have a high probability of failure. So what in the end do I want to say to someone like Whittington, who says that conservatives really have nothing to fear? I think they had plenty of legitimate constraints about the pre-intervention status quo, but I think lots of these actions to correct the record are not merely corrective, but actually corrosive. They stop universities from being able to serve the public role that justifies their existence in the first place. And it goes without saying that I think they leave the door wide open for politicians that conservatives might not like to pursue their own ideologically driven reform agendas through authoritative action. And whatever you think about the culture of inquiry within universities, I do think it's worse to be threatened by punishment from the state. So that's all I have today. I'm looking forward to continued discussion throughout the day.
I have a question about something that came up earlier, and specifically it's about what you think institutional neutrality requires. if a university has a number of departments with specifically activist mission statements or like the equivalent, is that compatible with liberal neutrality? So and let's assume that the department was created through the normal channels.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think that it does, right? Because the reason that institutional neutrality in general is a good idea is that when institutions that are broader than the subunits of the institutions say that we all believe this thing, we're strongly committed to this thing, where there are members of the institution that are not committed to that thing, that creates a chilling effect on speech and inquiry. It's also just an affront to have someone represent you who doesn't in fact represent you. And I think just the same sort of arguments go through at the level of departments. So I think if I'm a dissenting person in anthropology, I think that having the anthropology department issue a statement that everyone in anthropology, or it's the stance of the Department of Anthropology that X, has the same sort of chilling effects and the same sort of corrosive impacts on free inquiry and our ability to realize the benefits that public universities are designed to produce.
So I certainly agree with what I like to call moral neutrality. I have a similar claim for markets. I think that markets like universities should be morally neutral. But my question is, how do we, I don't know, at times I fear that that train is long gone. So we live in a world really of all corrosive. And I almost have the sense that any kind of corrective intervention then eventually becomes a corrosive one. Because DEI wasn't born as a corrosive intervention. And now we're left in a world where we want to have, there are good reasons to have an affirmative action for conservatives in the academy. So yeah, I guess I have a question about feasibility.
Yeah, well, I'm not cynical as some people who look at the problems that universities have. So I haven't been around for as long as some of the people who are dealing with those problems for decades. But I have seen meaningful change from within about people willing to discuss ideas and sort of condemn what they see as the overreach of some of these so-called corrective interventions, what might have been at one time genuinely corrective interventions. And so reform is slow. I don't expect it to happen overnight. I think as goes the especially risky stuff where you're empowering people to do things that where you're creating a great deal of power over individual faculty, and it's likely that that power gets abused for ideological reasons. I think it's preferable to prefer slower progress, less certain progress, than to take big risks and to create big bodies that have lots of authority over what individual faculty and faculty departments are doing. So I don't think the ship has sailed. I think that we have to reckon with this stuff. And it's been disappointing to me, as I think it's been disappointing to many people, to have been kind of sounding the alarm bells about some of this stuff for a while and told, oh, there's nothing to see here, this isn't important, don't worry about it. But not everybody has had that response, and I think there are great big pockets of integrity within our university system. And I think I've seen movement from a lot of those pockets of integrity as things got really, really bad, especially during COVID.
Let's head to the back.
So I wanted to say one thing about neutrality, which is I thought that maybe the invocation of people like Larmore is a mistake in your context, right? It seems to me you want a notion of neutrality that's more sensitive or closer to people's actual beliefs, right? So particularly, when the way you put it when you were talking about the Heritage Foundation case, if you're going to tax people, take their money, you need to have a justification for it, right? But that justification should, and this is saying something different from Larmore, that should resonate with what they actually believe. Imagine we take your money to fund some institution, and we say, look, there's some very abstract values, like freedom or equality, that we think you would accept. And then there's a very long, complicated chain of reasoning, which we realize you reject, multiple moves, right? But we have now given you an accessible justification, so empty your wallet, right? That seems outrageous, right? But it seems much less outrageous to say, look, we're divided in this country, right? There are people on the left, people on the right. We need a justification for universities that doesn't take sides on that issue.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding your question properly or your provocation properly, Larmore is idealizing too much to do for his idea of neutrality to do the work that I needed to do, because it seems compatible with giving long strains of reasoning that citizens in fact reject, and then they can leverage the same complaint against heritage. They say, like, I don't believe in that, I'm indignant about this, even though there is a chain of reasoning from general values that no one has reason to reject to the particular course of policy. I think I need for there to be some level of idealization. I'm not sure about the right level, and this is one of the problems with reasonableness criteria and all of that nonsense. I think that there are going to be plenty of people who see this sort of public goods argument, for example, and say, yeah, like maybe that's true, but I don't care about that and I don't want my taxpayer dollars to support it. I have a lot less sympathy with that version of the complaint than the version of the complaint that's in the Rishi case, which says, look, like, you can't give me a reason grounded in values that I have any reason to care about to support course of taxation for heritage. You can't do it because it doesn't produce the kind of good that gives people something that they want, whatever else they want. So is Larmore the right hero of neutrality for that purpose? Maybe not. I'd value chatting with you a little bit more about where I might better look. But I don't want it to be the case that just because people on the ground say, I don't really care about any of that stuff that you just said, in my actual, like, first order desires, that they have a complaint that says that this isn't a legitimate use of the public authority. So a little bit of agreement, a little bit of disagreement with what you said, and a desire to talk more.
Oh, okay, so I was thinking, like, so think about the cases that Dan was mentioning where you have departments in universities that are defined by an ideological mission, like women's studies, right? Maybe I'm being unfair, but there are some departments like this, right, where you couldn't be a participating member without a certain political orientation. Now I think, and maybe I've been unduly influenced, I just reviewed a nice book by Gina Schouten, which gives a liberal neutralist justification for radical feminism. So there's certainly lots of Rawlsian liberals that think have really quite radical feminist agenda justified given the neutrality constraint, right? So they could have universities having departments like this, right? Yeah. And serving that thing. It seems like you want to say no, like that. That's the wrong kind of neutrality.
I don't,
right?
in fact, want to say no. I actually think, like, there are, so the fact that the institution generally has to be more representative than it is doesn't mean that every unit has to look the same way as goes being a cross-section of the population. I think that, like, what academic disciplines are good for is being silos. So they're good for advancing questions that if they had to be sensitive to all of the kinds of concerns that people might have about the methods and the modes of inquiry and the lines of questioning that they pursue, they would just get nowhere. I think that's the value of disciplines. And I think if you have some really radical disciplines and some really conservative disciplines on the same campus and students have access to taking some classes with people in radical disciplines and taking some classes from people in less radical disciplines, there's nothing wrong with that at all. What's wrong with the status quo isn't that there are radical departments and more conservative departments or units like business schools. The problem is that the overall skew across the board, especially in the humanities and social sciences, is that there isn't balance. And so, like Schouten, maybe, I haven't read the book, it's not out yet, but I look forward to it. I think that I wouldn't have that much sympathy with someone who said, yeah, I don't want to support that. Because like part of what knowledge production involves is being able to do controversial work in a place where lots of people who have been trained in methods and think there's value in it can do that work without having to get stumbled up by objections from people who think that it's a bankrupt project.
Oh, thanks. I enjoyed the talk very much. You know, I was just a little worried about, say, you know, these appeals to the Higher Education Research Institute, kind of self-reported party affiliations. It's just that, you know, I don't think it's crazy to think that the political parties in this country have actually, on substantive issues, shifted to the right. I mean, I don't think that's crazy to think that. And especially if you look at, you know, what those surveys show, they show this sharp divergence in 2016, right? So that's not a coincidence, one might think, right? So, you know, so once you recognize, you know, this isn't your father's a Republican Party, you know, and that, and if we look at Nixon's actually, you know, the Nixon administration's substantive policies, they're, you know, they're really far, you know, they're farther to the left than the Democratic Party now. It just seems like it's way too crude a measure, just way too crude. Now, I mean, I don't know anything about this really in substance, but you do. So, do you worry about this? And do you think there's, you know, some more accurate way of actually tracking what these self-reported party affiliations mean?
Yeah, I worry about it a lot. I'm not aware of a lot of work that does a better job than these studies in trying to tease out like what the, so if things have shifted rightward for mainstream parties, like what that means for the relevance of the splits. It might mean that, yeah, it's totally reasonable that no one wants to affiliate with the Republican Party now. And so like we shouldn't take that as any indication at all that there's not ideological diversity in various different departments. I guess one reason that I'm a little bit skeptical of completely throwing the studies out and thinking that they show nothing important is that like roughly half the country is Republican. And so, you know, I guess I think that part of our jobs, especially as educators, is to meet students where they are. And I worry that, you know, lots of people who are enthusiastic supporters of the Democratic Party do a bad job of meeting their students where they are. So I think it's of some relevance, but I would totally be the first to concede that it's a limitation, that there are more fine-grained ways of thinking about intellectual diversity that this metric says nothing about. And so this really might underreport in a significant way the amount of diversity that is in the academy.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I actually wanted to return to something that you said in response to Steve's question. And this came up in the talk, and I just wasn't quite sure I understood the force of the point about the ratios of Democrats to Republicans at universities. Because it doesn't seem to me like that's a reason to worry about taxing people to then fund them. I mean, take for example, suppose the FBI is mostly staffed by Republicans. Seems perfectly fine to tax people to fund the FBI. And so you need to say something more about the mere fact, the mere fact that there are more Democrats than Republicans at universities. And so that's the first, I think that's sort of the challenge. And the question was, even if it's true that there's something problematic here, it was kind of unclear to specifically address this, to make it legitimate to tax people to fund the universities, which of the acceptable interventions you supplied would remedy that problem?
Yeah, good. So the question is good. I think that went really quickly. The idea that, and this is in Rishi's paper more prominently than it came out in the talk, so that went really, really quickly. The reason that you might think that you don't want to tax fund super ideologically skewed institutions in the production of knowledge is that they're going to tend to find super skewed things out about the world, because people have, and I think this goes to research by Scott Page and colleagues, different cognitive repertoires that impact their patterns of inquiry, the things that they find important, the things that they want to investigate. And so the thought, and again, this is quick and we can chat more about it, is that if you have a super ideologically skewed epistemic institution, the results that that institution reaches, even if they're all perfectly fine on their own terms, are going to represent a very partial picture of the overall truths that we might discover. And that might be a legitimate reason to think that you don't want to fund them. As goes the FBI case, I actually think that like there might be good reasons. Maybe use the IRS, but the FBI, I think that like if you had a totally ideologically dominated FBI, that would be a good reason to worry that it's not going to conduct its investigations with an even hand, and that it's going to become an arm of political persecution rather than an arm of investigation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask a clarifying question, because so if the worry is that a skewed institution will produce skewed research, why is party affiliation the relevant proxy here?
Yeah,
so I mean, suppose you have a Democrat that's full of Republicans, but some are moral realists, and some are expressivists, and some are nihilists. So you have this range of views, but they all vote Democrat. Like, doesn't seem to bother me at all.
No, that's right. So I mean, I think there's another qualification in Rishi's paper. I'm doing a really bad job representing research.
Yeah,
research
maybe he's my problem.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. So I don't think it's so he says that it's important when the research concerns socially important, politically important questions. When the results bear on those questions, then this particular proxy becomes important for thinking that it's producing results that get at everyone's concerns. Which is not the right way to put it. As to the point about proxy, I think in general it's a very imperfect proxy, and so like it's a good research question to think of better ways of modeling diversity that might matter for research production in various different domains, and when it's lacking, to be concerned about that in addition to these other kinds of things. So I'm super friendly to that as an amendment or like a clarification or limitation of using it as a proxy. I don't think that because it has limitations it's irrelevant, as I said to the last question.
Great, well, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And I believe we started late, so we'll wrap this up. Thank you, JP.
Okay, just a couple of housekeeping things. We're going to do a photo, I believe, right? In the back with the speakers. So the speakers, if you want to join us for a photo there. We're going to come back at 2. I'm going to lead a group to the Agave house for lunch. So if you want to join me, please come to the Agave house. But there's lots of other fine options in the area, like Jimmy John's and Chipotle. So basically come to the Agave house. All right, let's get started. It's just about 2, so we're going to have our next talk by Delaney Virginsky. But first, Henry's going to give a formal introduction. Thanks, Henry.
All right, guys, I've got my notes on my phone here. Sorry for that. All right, I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Delaney Virginsky. Delaney earned her PhD from UNC Chapel Hill, and she did a pre-doc with Duke University's Civil Discourse Project, so very relevant to the sort of thing we're talking about today. She's now an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of South Alabama in Mobile, where she's from, so lucky her. And her work focuses on the interaction between politics and emotions, so moral psychology as well, and the navigation of emotion in civic life. So her talk today is titled Academic Neurorights, Cognitive Liberty as the Foundation of Academic Freedom. So take it away, Delaney.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Henry. And thank you to the Freedom Center, to Mary, to Rishi, to Amy, to Lindsay. Y'all have just been incredible hosts. I'm so grateful for this venue and for your commitment to this topic. It feels more important than ever given recent events, which we've all been saying, but it bears repeating. So today I'm talking about a slightly different take on our same theme. So I'm talking about what I've been calling academic neurorights. And so I'll argue that the concept of cognitive liberty is the foundation of academic freedom. And I think this is an idea that so far we've been able to take for granted. You see it kind of pop up in the literature, but it's not been really under threat because we haven't really, it's just we're in a new age with emerging neurotech, and so I think there are some potential threats to academic freedom on the horizon that bear considering. Okay, so I'm going to begin with a little hypothetical case, and it's a little bit close to home, so you can call this tenure track new faculty. I'm in the second year of my first job after grad school, so I'm thinking about these things. So I will read you my little story. So imagine you are in my shoes, but maybe in 10 years, maybe 15 years, we can talk about that. So you've recently, you're a new professor, you upgraded your classroom technology in the fall, and you're really excited to use it again this semester. So last fall, you switched from iClickers, or like a Menti-Mind kind of iPad thing, to a new app that students can access through their earbuds or through some smart glasses or through like a headset device. And this is awesome. It gives students a hands-free way to respond to in-class polling and to give you reactions as you're teaching. So on your campus, the Teaching and Learning Center rolled out this app with very nice incentives for faculty adoption. So you got a little honorarium if you went to the training and learned how to use it. And they explained how the EEG monitoring devices represent a leap forward in accessible classroom technology that allow teaching to work effectively for all kinds of learners. So as you use them, these devices exceeded your expectations. They help students to focus, what a miracle, by reducing distracting technology use. They provided each student with an attention and engagement score after the lecture was over, which made your grading much easier. You could reward students who weren't just comfortable enough to speak out by asking a question or participating out loud, but you could also reward students who were engaging thoughtfully within their own mind, even in quiet. So you have a real-time dashboard on your screen which tracks their engagement, their interest levels, and it occasionally flags students who are experiencing confusion or who are disengaged. And this allows you to not just call students out who seem sleepy, but you can really pause and check in and make sure that people don't have questions. So you've been able to customize your lectures according to student learning patterns. You know which students need support long before it registers in their grades or with a visit to your office hours. And you're passionate about helping students succeed from a range of backgrounds. And you want to have a really nice teaching portfolio for your tenure case. And so you're eager to stay on the cutting edge of using the right tech in academia. Okay, so now you've returned for spring semester. You walk into your faculty beginning of year meeting, and you find the really nice HR representatives distributing headsets to faculty members. And the meeting starts with a really cheerful poll about where the faculty retreat is going to be. And then the agenda moves on to a presentation from the Vice Provost, and he's explaining why the Faculty Senate's recent proposals for salary increases, tenure transparency, and improved family leave policies is being denied. And then next is a discussion about whether the faculty should issue a statement on recent federal higher ed policies, so including new restrictions on diversity initiatives, as well as guidelines about race-conscious hiring practices. So your own research touches on these topics, and your publication record reflects your scholarly position. And so you find yourself growing increasingly uneasy wearing your headset. You don't want HR to track your emotional responses during discussions of budget cuts. You don't want your supervisors to know your level of engagement when your colleagues are speaking, or which administrators make you feel annoyed or with whom you disagree. Most unsettling, however, is the thought of your reactions to controversial policy debates being monitored or recorded, particularly when your own research and tenure case depends on work that a lot of people would view as being politically charged. Okay, so this is a hypothetical scenario. We can talk about the details of it, but I think it illustrates a challenge facing contemporary higher ed, which is the likely emergence of future neurotechnologies that can monitor and influence mental states within research and teaching settings. Okay, so how does this actually work? How woo-woo or futuristic is this? How these devices work, these are several examples of current products on the market today, and I'll tell you a little bit about how they're being used. But the way that, in general, these kind of products work is there's a data collection process of some sort, and then all that data is analyzed using AI techniques, so something like a machine learning algorithm that cleans the data, processes it, and interprets it. And it's operating at like a really, like there's tons of data involved in order to be able to detect patterns like brainwaves or something. So these are several devices that use EEG data collection and monitoring. So the Wenco Smart Cap for fatigue monitoring is something that mining operations are currently using, and I think some long-haul trucking companies are also using this. And so it's like a headset that the operator of the machine or the driver of the truck wears, and it signals when they start to get dangerously fatigued. And it's kind of brilliant. Like it can signal before they even feel tired, right? So you've probably been driving and you realize, wow, I'm getting really sleepy. I need to pull over, get a coffee, swap out with my other driver, whatever. But it can tell them even before they feel that feeling themselves, because it's by the time you're feeling that fatigue kick in, it's often too late, or that's right when drivers become really vulnerable to making a life-threatening mistake. So that's one example. Emotive is another company. So they've developed EEG monitoring headphones. So they look just like running headphones that you can buy at Costco. They're obviously very fancy, but they monitor brainwave data as well. And Diadem is another, that's the name of this product. The company called BitBrain has developed a series of headsets that look kind of like this, that are EEG capable devices, and they market them for all sorts of things. So there's obviously like very significant research applications for this in neuroscience. And then there's this kind of new cutting edge of brain-computer interface stuff. So gaming is one application. Like if you could wear a headset and have this super immersive game experience, that would be cool. These are a few examples already on the market. And there are others. So some of these are just for personal use, others are just for research use, but I think increasingly they're gonna pop up in different industries as just the industry standard. Okay, there are some examples starting to connect with our work at universities. So one recent example is the company BrainCo, which I learned is largely funded by the CCP in China. And it's a cool device. It can tell whether students are paying attention, how well students are focusing, and they're hoping to be able to give like a read of the emotional vibe in a classroom, so they can tell people who are agreeing or disagreeing or kind of affective responses. And BrainCo collected the brain data of tons of elite athletes and school children from around the world, and this kind of created this like ethical crisis about data privacy, because it's a new kind of data. There's not a lot of policy about how to protect or use brain data, but it's a big issue because it's really a lot more personal than something even like your heart rate or other biometric or physiological data that we're a little more used to having be collected. Okay. So this all might seem a little futuristic, a little woo-woo. I hadn't even really heard of a lot of this technology until 6 months ago, so this might be very new to you. But I think there are several reasons to watch this field very closely and to be alert to the potential ways that it will grow to be used on university campuses, as well as be prepared for the privacy issues or threats to academic freedom that might arise. So one objection that I've gotten about this is that, well, all of these kind of wearable devices are a little bit clunky, and right now they collect a ton of data, but when it goes into the AI algorithms, a lot of it is just kind of noise. So they're really trying to pull out what's significant to be able to tell something like emotion. And that if you contrast this with something like Elon Musk's company Neuralink has like a brain chip that requires a surgery to implant in your brain, but once it's there, it's extremely powerful. It can even, there's emerging research that that kind of technology can translate your thoughts. So like you think a sentence and then the little computer shows an approximation of what the sentence was. And if you look into this, it's scary good already. It's wild to me. So I don't think it's that far-fetched to think that this stuff will continue to develop at a very rapid rate, that these wearable devices are a little bit clunky or limited now, but like give it 10 or 15 years, they'll probably be a lot better. And then the other thing is, I don't think it's that crazy to imagine a lot of people opting in to even a more interventionist tech, like having a smart chip or some other kind of thing like that. That's not just a wearable, but that's more permanently implanted. That's probably a little more futuristic, but I think these things will have tremendous benefits, and so you'll be facing trade-offs of like, do I opt into this tech and get all these good things that it gives me, or do I kind of get left behind? Okay, so I don't think it's that far-fetched that this stuff will rapidly develop. I think it will get a lot better. Okay, I'll also just flag the like Meta launch. Y'all may have seen this. So it's the Meta glasses with a wristband, and it was a very clunky launch. It did not go very well. If you're trying to go buy some of these, maybe wait and give them a year or two to develop and get better. It's early days, but I do think that this tech will often arrive with really compelling justifications. So in the space of academia, I think some of those justifications will include things like student wellness and mental health, and related to that, campus safety. So if you're an administrator and you're really concerned about suicide prevention on your campus or improving student mental health outcomes, this kind of technology might offer a lot of promise or give you some more tools to use. I think there will probably be really promising pedagogical benefits, so things like being able to optimize learning outcomes or reach students with a range of accessibility issues. And I think there will probably be, perhaps of interest to you, benefits for research productivity. So if you could wear a device or have an implant maybe that allowed you to operate more like a Jay Brennan and less like I do, and crank out many papers and books a year that were all of extremely high quality, wouldn't you go for it, right? Isn't that something you want? Don't you need that? Don't you get a raise if you succeed in those ways, etc.? Okay. So my argument is that as academics and university administrators consider introducing various academic neurotechnologies, that we ought to ensure, as we do so, that we're protecting the cognitive foundations of our academic life. So it turns out that there are some lawyers who are already hard at work on issues related to this kind of neurotech. There's a pretty significant effort being made to develop human rights law to recognize the need for protection of cognitive liberty. So there's been an effort to make cognitive liberty into a distinct concept which is worthy of legal protection, to articulate what it is, why it's valuable, how it might be threatened. And so far that work has focused on making more precise kind of what the rights are involved with this kind of tech, and arguing that current legal protections are insufficient. Okay. So one example, Jan Bublitz has this, has a paper, has some research arguing that there's kind of a tension between existing privacy law and then existing human rights protections for freedom of thought, and discussing the best avenue to go for neuro rights stuff. And then Marcello Ienca and Roberto Adorno have a body of work on what they call neuro rights, so I'm kind of borrowing some of their terminology, which they argue includes cognitive liberty, mental privacy, mental integrity, and psychological continuity. And all of this is great, but so far most of it is focused on human rights law. There's not been as much work about law within the context of the United States, where human rights law is kind of nice here, but it doesn't hold much weight compared to Supreme Court jurisprudence or something like that. So that's kind of uncharted territory. If you're a grad student who knows about philosophy of law, you might keep an eye on that. And there's not been a lot yet about these ethical issues or the related rights in non-human rights contexts. So something like the academy, where we have our own set of institutional norms for managing these kind of concerns. Okay, one scholar who I will highlight is Nida Farahani. So she is a philosopher lawyer. She works at Duke University. She recently published this excellent book, The Battle for Your Brain. And I'm following in her footsteps. So there's debate in the field about the right way to conceptualize cognitive liberty. Is it a bundle of rights? Is it one right? Is it, should we use a human rights approach? Should we use a privacy approach? I don't think that I'm gonna settle that. I don't think I have to settle that to point out the kind of academic freedom implications of some of this. So I'll just take up where Nida left off and go with her phrasing. So she calls cognitive liberty a bundle of rights, which includes the freedom of thought, the right to self-determination, and the right to mental privacy over both our thoughts and our mental processes. And she does a great job of explaining what that is. We can talk more about it. She argues that there's some relative and some absolute rights involved. So she thinks there's a relative right to mental privacy, which means it's a right that can be limited by sort of compelling social interests. So the mining operation truck drivers have a right to mental privacy. It's a relative right, so long-haul truckers don't have a right to fall asleep and kill people on the roads or something like that. So their right to mental privacy is limited by a compelling social reason, which is public safety. That's one example. She also argues that this relative right to mental privacy goes alongside an absolute right, an inviolable right to the freedom of thought, which protects us against, which ought to protect us against, any unauthorized access to the silent utterances and the memories in our brains. So you might be able to grant access, that's your prerogative, but there shouldn't be unauthorized access to your mind or your brain data. Okay, so this absolute right to fully protect it, this would go beyond traditional First Amendment provisions as they are now. So those provisions are for speech, assembly, religion, and the press, all of which explicitly protect expression rather than the underlying thought that generates those expressions. So within that body of law in the American context, there's often kind of an implied protection for things like belief or what goes on in your mind. And we can talk some more about that. Okay, so the practice of, that's the stuff on cognitive liberty. Here's some stuff on academic freedom. So The practice of academic freedom traditionally has emphasized protections for research, publication, and expression. And you find various articulations of this. There's different versions on different campuses, but broadly, that's the point. And I argue that the ability to exercise those academic freedoms fundamentally depends on, it rests on a foundation of cognitive liberty, or the freedom to think freely and privately. So traditional threats to academic freedom typically have included political and religious censorship, donor influence, cancel culture. And I think the challenges posed by emerging neurotechnology operate at a more fundamental level. Before we even can get to those challenges, we have to make sure that our thought is secure. And this is because neurotechnology has the potential to introduce new forms of cognitive surveillance, which treats the mind itself as a site of intervention and optimization. So this is a qualitatively different kind of threat to academic freedom. It's one that attacks the cognitive foundations rather than the expressive dimensions. And it goes without, we've been hearing this, but academic freedom depends on the cognitive autonomy of students and professors. So when institutions adopt tools that monitor attention or detect emotional states or draw inferences about our internal dispositions, whether it's for pedagogy or productivity or mental health, I think we risk undermining those pre-expressive cognitive processes that academic inquiry requires. So what's at threat? This is kind of the positive argument for academic freedom, which we've touched on in some other talks, but the space for intellectual risk-taking, it begins in your own mind. The cultivation of controversial ideas begins in the privacy of your own thoughts. And the deliberation necessary for genuine scholarship often starts as a private matter. You're sitting with your pen and your paper and you're thinking. And this all kind of depends on what historically has been considered as this untouchable, inviolable realm of private thought. So the stakes of developments in neurotech are not just a matter of individual privacy concerns. So you might be worried, but it's just an individual issue. I think it actually impacts the broader truth-seeking mission of universities. So research universities serve not just as sites for knowledge transmission through education, but we're institutions dedicated to knowledge production, to the process of critical inquiry, and the cultivation of independent thought. So those functions, the knowledge production functions, require not just protections for controversial expressions, but also protections, I argue, for the internal cognitive processes that precede expression. So if you value the controversial expressions that are part of university life, then you ought also to value everything that happens internally before anything gets the page or hits the mic or ends up as a topic of public discourse. So if students and scholars are worrying that their thoughts, their emotions, and their mental states are being monitored or evaluated, I think that will erode the cognitive foundations which are necessary for genuine intellectual exploration. Okay, so within the American academic tradition, at our universities here, academic freedom has always interacted with First Amendment protections for free expression. And many universities have these commitments to protecting freedom of speech, and that is a legal issue. But a lot of universities go beyond just mere protection for freedom of speech to making positive institutional commitments to academic freedom. And this is seen as something essential to protect the missions of universities. Okay, so I have two practical things. The first is that I want to propose a framework for conceptualizing academic neurorights. So I'm borrowing from ideas that are emerging out of the work of human rights lawyers, but I think there are distinctly academic versions of these rights, so I'll briefly share those. And then I think I have two ideas for practical implementation. We've talked in other talks about how hard this is to get right, how suspicious we are of the ability of faculty and administrators to exercise their power well. So please ask me questions about this, and I'd love to hear if other people have ideas. So first, let me just share how I'm thinking about these academic neuro rights. Okay, so first is the right to mental privacy, which you can think of as protection from involuntary cognitive monitoring. So there might be very good reasons to opt into cognitive monitoring, but you shouldn't ever be in a situation, I would argue, where you're not aware that your brain data is being collected, monitored, saved, stored, used, analyzed, used for research, etc. I think the next principle, we can talk more about these, is the right to mental self-determination. So I'm thinking of this as the right to opt out of, or one right that falls out of this, is the right to opt out of neuroenhancement programs without penalty. So if there were to be a situation on the university campus where perhaps there's like a rollout of an app for student wellness or some kind of faculty research thing or something, that it shouldn't be, even if there's a default opt-in, you should always retain the right to opt out of any kind of technology that uses your brain data. Okay, and then finally, there's the right to freedom of thought. So you can think about this as the right to develop, withhold, or revise your thoughts without fear of surveillance. And I think it's important to emphasize that it's without fear of surveillance, because even if you are not actively having surveillance, being surveilled, if you are worried that you might be, that can also have a chilling effect on your ability to exercise your freedom of thought. Okay, that is a quick gloss. I'm keeping an eye on time. Many universities, here are some practical thoughts, have these well-articulated institutional commitments. I was really impressed. I was just checking out, what does the University of Arizona have? And they have multiple web pages explaining this. There's a whole historical breakdown of what I think are really good moves that the university has made to reiterate the institutional commitment to academic freedom. So there's a whole section of the faculty handbook. This is just one little excerpt, but the university's adopted the Chicago principles. There are other things like that, and I like shout out to the University of Arizona. All of this is great. I think a good next step, whether it be a 2026 project or a 2036 project, I hope that universities will update these academic freedom policies, take that next step forward, to include explicit protections for cognitive liberty. So I'm pitching it. The next big thing in academic freedom could be the Arizona standard for cognitive liberty. Everyone should adopt the Chicago one, and then next up, it could be one that starts here, where we're committing in print, institutionally, to protecting cognitive liberty, to protecting freedom of thought in its very early stages before it reaches anything to do with expressions in research, teaching, publication, political speech, etc. Okay, that's one thought. My second practical thought is that we ought to develop some kind of review procedure. So if we're looking at adopting some kind of neurotech on campus in a teaching capacity, a research capacity, a wellness capacity, whatever, that should be carefully vetted by experts. And that we should ensure a couple of things. We should ensure voluntary participation, which includes the right to opt out, that we should ensure transparency about data use, and that there should be some kind of procedure for ongoing oversight, that this isn't just the kind of thing where it's like, yep, we're in on neurotech and we're never revisiting the conversation again. I think this will be an emerging field. There will be new technologies, new applications. The science will get better and better. And so there should be kind of an ongoing conversation. I'm not an anti-neurotech. The takeaway is not, we're never going to use this stuff. All of it is bad and scary. I'm not an absolutist about this. I think there's potentially great opportunities ahead thanks to new kinds of neurotechnology. But I want to make sure that we have our eyes wide open to the threats to academic freedom and the potential risks that are involved. So please feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to hear your thoughts about this, and thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Delaney. Let me set up the timer for the Q&A here. Okay. Oh, you got the QR code up. All right, let's go to Spencer.
Thank you. This is really interesting. I want to run a hypothetical past you. So one thing that's argued in vaccines is vaccines create herd immunity that protects everyone, and it's often argued that people who refuse vaccines, who don't have special health reasons or whatever, they're sort of like free riding on the herd immunity of others, and that might be immoral. This might be a case where some coercion is legitimate. Okay, so there might be an analog of this in the kind of technologies you're describing. So what if there is a kind of a chip or implant technology or something like that that can give a credible alert that you are likely to do a school shooting or something like that, okay? If you allowed everybody to opt out of that, if you allowed people to opt out of that, they would have no benefits, right? Or just other, you think of other ways in which these technologies, if enough people had them, it would create some sort of group benefit. Whereas if you allowed people to opt out, then they would be free riding on the system. I was wondering if you thought about cases like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those are exactly the kind of cases that I'm really worried about, and that's why I think we need to kind of get ahead of this one, where it's like we need some experts in place who are able to consider these suggestions as they come up. So I think that kind of tech will be available. Obviously, it sounds awesome if you could prevent any kind of act of violence. Student suicide is a big one on campuses. That would be a huge win. But at the same time, I don't ever want a student who has some concern about cognitive liberty or wants to opt out of a program to be preemptively kind of pathologized for that. So if you as a faculty member could find yourself in a situation where there's been some decision to adopt a new technology and it doesn't measure up. It's not going to be in a way that you think sufficiently protects your brain data or protects your your various rights of mental privacy. And you don't want to participate in it. That shouldn't, I don't think, at the outset be seen as a red flag kind of decision where that triggers special scrutiny or something because you don't want to participate in using this technology. But yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer to that case, but that's exactly the kind of case that I'm worried about and that I think we will find ourselves facing.
So this is a really interesting talk, and I didn't know about any of these devices, and they're terrifying.
Yeah.
So this is just a consideration. So you were talking in terms of making the opt-out option available, which I think, yeah, absolutely. Here's the concern for having these devices available for people to opt in, even in the workplace. So I don't sign any professional petitions because I don't want my decision to decline to sign one to carry any kind of information.
Yeah.
So if you have an opt-out option, but some people are opting in, the mere decision to opt out can carry information, especially if you're not a principled libertarian, and so people think there must be some other reason why she is not opting into this. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on this problem, or if you think that's, how to design policies with that informational problem in mind.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Yeah, that's part of my motivation for saying we need to get ahead of this. Like, I want to see protections in faculty handbooks ASAP that are there that you can have to fall back on in the case of something like this. And I think these protections ought to extend to our students as well. So it's hard to predict every single kind of instance where this might arise. I've tried to kind of give a sketch of that landscape, but I think there will probably be ways to use this tech that we haven't even anticipated. But if we can see that it's coming, and we could kind of get ahead of it, and I mean protections by saying things like, you can't be fired from your job if you choose to opt out. You can't face consequences for your teaching review if you're not adopting this kind of tech in the classroom. You can't be subject to special scrutiny for campus safety reasons or something like that if you're not willing to adopt or use various different things. Because if those protections are in place to begin with, then you're not going to be in a situation where you're having to kind of defend it on the spot.
Okay, hi. That was interesting. So I hadn't thought about this at all before hearing you talk, and two thoughts came to my head.
Yeah, thanks.
The first one was I just started circling back to Sam's talk about the cult of authenticity, and I thought that, gosh, you know, if we're able to read the room like that, and that's just going to take that to a whole new level. And then secondly, I wondered if the problem isn't just freedom of, you know, this freedom of thought, First Amendment concerns, but property issues, right? I mean, when I write an article and I submit it to a journal, I have to sign away a copyright, and it's getting more and more the case that because of AI and how AI is working with journals, it's just taken, and AI is doing weird things with my papers too. But you know, if I had access to Jason Brennan's brain, then you know, he has ownership over his ideas, and if I could, you know, get into his head and think, oh, I'm going to take those ideas and, you know, scoop him on that next book. I mean, do you see this as a property right issue, or just a freedom of?
Yeah, property rights in the sense of you should own your own brain data. So this was a big ongoing issue with BrainCo. So that's the research company funded by China. And there was kind of this debate. So they collected a ton of brain data from people without kind of protections in place. And people at the time kind of said some people were not so worried about it because they said it's just noisy data. We can't do that much with it right now. But Nita Farahani, I think rightly pointed out that what today is noisy data, tomorrow is interpretable, and that's thanks to AI and to our rapidly increasing ability to make sense of the noise and interpret it. So even if the data exists and you have this picture of your mind or your thought process or your reasoning, that is something that people should be really concerned about. And property rights, I mean, that might be. The other thought I had was about related to Sam's work on how this might shape social interaction. So one of the brilliant parts of Nita Farahani's book is when she's talking about why the right to privacy is a relative right. And one of the reasons she talks about is because we kind of already can violate each other's privacy by intuiting thoughts. So, and if you're good at this, you're especially socially adept, right? If you can kind of read someone's mind, you know what they're thinking. You can tell someone's upset before they say it. We already do all of this without neurotech because our own human brains are really good at interacting with the minds of others. So it's not an absolute right. Like, I don't want protection for this to go so far as to be like, you violated my privacy if you figured out what I was going to say before I said it, right? Like, it doesn't need to go that far. But there's got to be somewhere else that we draw the line that does afford us some protection and isn't just kind of a no-holds-barred situation.
Cool. So the latter part of your answer links up with a question we've got on the iPad. So what's one everyday situation in academic life, or is there one, where you think that our cognitive liberty is already at risk, even without advanced neurotechnology, and how might recognizing neuro rights help us see it differently? So obviously, seems like if I'm some sort of empath, probably I'm not violating your rights, but are there situations where you think that cognitive neuro rights are being infringed right now in academic life?
Yeah, that's a great question. Two thoughts. So if you don't already know this, you should know this. But if you work for public universities, might also apply in some cases of private ones, your emails are subject to, right. This is why people do their shady, nefarious things that Dan was talking about and don't put anything in writing. And not condoning that, just saying this happens. So you're already subject to a lot of surveillance and oversight. Right now, it's not like, I don't think that there's like an AI reading your emails as you write them or something, but it becomes more relevant if there's some kind of legal issue and your records get pulled in some sense. So you're already subject to a good deal of institutional accountability for your work. And that might be good for various reasons, but it also can have, there's some trade-offs involved with that. The other example that comes to mind is with the rollout of AI tech on campus. And I think it's kind of been hit or miss. So one objection you might have is that I'm kind of being too alarmist about this and that we don't really need new protections because we could just rely on existing free speech protections or First Amendment protections. Or that we can just kind of do it ad hoc, like I think we've been doing the AI stuff. I I think we should anticipate this, in part because we can, but if you look at how the AI rollout has happened, people were using it well before the privacy protections were in place. And I think for the most part that was fine, but there will probably be stories come out of it not being fine. But at the same time, at my university, we just recently adopted Gemini as part of our suite of Google products. And I was really encouraged to see that, you know, the first time you use it, there pops up a thing that's like, we're not collecting the data from these conversations for training future models, which if you're using the non-workplace, non-academic Gemini version, I think that data is collectible. So I think there are, you know, universities and academics often do get stuff right, and that's one really good example of something we've recently gotten right, but that I think has tremendous, you know, if Google decided to turn that off, if your university wanted more control over what you were doing, that would be a big issue as well.
More questions? Okay, well, I also have a question, so do you want to go, Jason? Okay. So I'm staying on this vein.
Yeah.
I wonder how a neuro rights framework might interact with things about the extended mind hypothesis. So let's say you have some sort of regime that, you know, they're not down for free speech rights, but they say, oh, you know what, neuro rights, like going into somebody's brain, that's a little bit too far for us. Then you know, I don't know. The police are searching somebody's house for some reason. They find their notebooks in which they're saying all sorts of anti-regime things, and that would be illegal to publish even on some, you know, sort of informal little blog. And the guy says, "Sorry, this is just part of my extended mind. You know, this is my memory here. I'm using it, and these are you know, my brain is extended in this notebook or something like that." This is maybe a little bit of a fatuous example, but I wonder how if neuro rights are just sort of extensions of free speech rights, right? Then it seems like it's clear how to deal with a case like this because you know, you can say, look, you can't separate the two.
Yeah.
But if the two come apart, then it seems like there might be these weird edge cases where free speech rights might be denied, but neuro rights might be affirmed, and then you've got fuzzy cases like this. So how do you think about that?
That's great. This is an excellent question. Yeah, this kind of issue is why I think folding in protections under existing models for free expression won't cut it. And it's because there's something different about brain data and mental processes that I think should be absolutely protected in a way that's different. So, but even the like expression stuff is really complicated, right? So you might think that private messages exchanged with the expectation of privacy ought to remain private no matter what, but that's often not what we see in practice, right? And there are big debates about this where law enforcement can get access to people's discords or messaging apps or Facebook chats, stuff like this, you know, in certain cases with certain warrants, et cetera. And that's much, I think the argument for that is like, well, it's no different than searching someone's apartment and looking at their notebooks or something. But I want to say that the thoughts that you have are often half-baked. I mean, mine are, right? Like the stuff that I choose to put out in a message to my friends is even that much more polished than the argument I might have within my own mind. And so I want to say that we've got to be able to cut off this kind of data as a different thing worthy of a higher standard of protection and stricter scrutiny when it comes to violating kind of the sanctity of our mind. We just shouldn't do that.
Did you want to go, Jason? Cool. Thanks. I want to ask you a question that goes really beyond the scope of this paper because I'm just curious what you think and when you write more about this.
Sure.
Think about an analogy to like anti-paternalist arguments. So there could be like, should people be allowed to use heroin? Well, it turns out there's really wonderful benefits from using heroin, so everyone should do it. That would be like a positive argument against paternalism with regard to heroin. A negative argument might be, well, the paternalists do a really bad job when they try to control this, so we shouldn't give them that power. It makes things worse rather than better. That's a negative argument. And I'm sure that you've made it clear that you believe in both of these with regard to this kind of control of people's minds. But I'm also just curious what you think about just a genuinely deontological argument. Like, suppose for the sake of argument, like JP is in charge and he just really is good at like reading people's minds the correct way and only doing the right things with and stopping them from doing bad stuff and so on. Like he's like an omnibenevolent dictator. Do you believe that? Yeah, I mean, so I picked JP. I mentioned yesterday. He's great. So would you still say that even if like the paternalism worked, even if the interventions worked, that you just have a fundamental right, like maybe based on self-authorship or some sort of self-sovereignty, that would trump that, or is it all just the consequentialist considerations for you?
It's a good question. That would trump JP with his powers.
Yeah.
In my mind.
Yeah, like a human who just is going to just do the right things with it. They're not going to do anything bad other than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a funny case because find me such a human, right? Like, I'm pretty worried about the. With my apologies to JP. Yeah, I want to say that people should have a high autonomy over their own mental capacity. So that extends to you want to err on the side of freedom, protection, non-intervention, non-surveillance. But I think it also that you should have the right, if you decide that you want to use neuroenhancement technologies, like a Neuralink or something like that, even for non-medical reasons, but you're interested in being a super brain or leveraging, your mind and your body to the highest extent possible. I don't think we should be like against that at all costs. So I'm pro autonomy on this one, kind of whichever way people decide to take it.
All right, we are out of time, so let's thank our speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, let's come back at 3, so we have like 12 minutes, and then our last speaker will be Steve Wall. See you in a few minutes. everybody. We're gonna get started with our last but not least speaker, who's gonna be introduced by George.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Steve Wall. Steve completed the DPhil at Oxford in 1997 and became professor of philosophy when he joined our faculty here at Arizona in 2010. Steve works on topics in moral, political, and legal philosophy. He's the editor of Oxford Studies in Political Philosophy, which will host a conference here in Tucson next month. And he's a member of both the Freedom Center and Arizona's program in Philosophy, Politics, Economics, and Law, PPEL. Steve's latest book is called Enforcing Morality, and it was published 2 years ago by Cambridge University Press. And this afternoon, he will present Communities of Judgment, Free Expression, and Viewpoint Neutrality. Welcome, Steve.
Okay. Is this better? Yes. Okay. So I was saying, about 10 years ago, this university hosted an academic conference, a philosophy conference. It was a conference in normative ethics, put on by my colleague Mark Timmons. And at this conference, speaker after speaker got up and presented a polished, stimulating, well-worked-out paper. And then it was Shelley Kagan's turn. Shelley Kagan, a very distinguished philosopher from Yale. And Kagan got up to the podium. He looked at the audience, and he said, "I don't have a paper." Then he proceeded to say, "But I do have a topic." And he said, "I propose we spend the next hour talking about this topic because it may help me figure out what I want to say about it." Right? Now, this was outrageous behavior. Right? And I find, when I witness outrageous behavior of that kind, an urge wells up. It's a little better. It's a pale imitation of Kagan. You know, you're dealing with an amateur here. I want to start by saying that I have a problem, but I don't have a solution, right? So I just want to talk about a problem. Maybe it isn't a problem. Maybe it's just my problem, right? Maybe it's not of general interest, but I hope it's of general interest. Now, at the very end, I'll kind of gesture a little bit toward a solution, but I have no confidence in that solution. It's half-baked. I'm not happy with it. I mean, the original plan for the paper was to have that solution, right? And I did try, you know. I did some work. I even have in my academic calendar, you can look, there are days where it says like Friday, 9 to 12, and it says like find solution to your problem, right? But you can't will it, you know. You just can't will it. So. Okay, so I thought I'd introduce the problem by saying something about John Stuart Mill, right? Because he's the great champion of free expression. And so I want to talk about these two sides to Mill, right? Now, Mill doesn't just have two sides. He has many sides. He's a many-sided thinker, right? And there's whole cottage industries trying to reconcile these potentially conflicting many-sided ideas. I've even heard somebody's proposed to write a book trying to reconcile utilitarianism with this liberty principle. Right? Good luck with that. Right? So there are just two sides I want to talk about. So one side is the one that most people know, and that's the Mill of On Liberty, right? And especially chapter 2 of On Liberty, you get this robust, passionate defense of free speech. And you get what certainly looks like a defense of this ideal, which we can call the ideal of viewpoint neutrality, right? So Mill thinks it's really, really important not to target speech because of its viewpoint, because of the message that it's trying to convey, right? And then we get his celebrated arguments for this ideal. Okay, so that's one side. Now there's another side. So the other side I want to talk about is Mill talks about what he calls the educative or advisory function of the state. And he says this is often neglected, and often neglected by liberal writers, right? And the point, or the nature of this educative advisory function of the state is to play a role in shaping the culture of the society over which the state exercises authority. Now this idea that we need the state to play an active role in shaping the culture, it reaches fever pitch in Mill's wonderful essay on Coleridge. It's just like, I mean, that's what did it for me with Mill. Like, I read that essay and I thought, wow, this is a serious man, right? But Coleridge, who's this conservative writer, had written this defense of a national church. Like every state needs a national church. And Mill responds to this. And he comes to the conclusion that Coleridge is right. And he says, yeah, it's true. This is a gap in liberalism, right? So he says, we need a national church. Right? Now, he's a secular man. He's not a religious man. So he says it should be a secular version of a national church. And its function should be to elevate the culture. Okay. Now, I find both sides of Mill attractive, especially if you let me posit favorable conditions. Looking at you, Jason, right? So I like the idea of something like a national church, some institution to elevate the culture. But I'm aware there's a problem about getting the right people in charge, right? We should not minimize that. But under favorable conditions, right, both sides of Mill seem attractive to me. And it seems to me there's a tension between those two sides of his thought, right? And that generates the problem that's unsettling me. Now, you might think, no, there's no real tension here, or no difficult problem here. Because what we want to say is, you know, this ideal of viewpoint neutrality that he defends in On Liberty, that's just supposed to apply to restrictions of speech, right? And all the stuff that the national church would do or other institutions of government would do, that's just not restricting speech. It's, maybe use this word, furthering speech, right? So we can be advocates of neutrality when it comes to restricting speech, but when it comes to furthering speech, we don't have to adhere to the strictures of neutrality, right? And so call that the simple solution to the problem. That simple solution assumes that we can draw a relatively sharp and morally significant line between restrictions and furtherings. And I have lost confidence that we're going to be able to draw such a line, right? And so then I can't rely on the simple response to the problem. Okay. I want to talk about this problem as it relates both to states, and I'll say the most about states because I know more about states. I'm a political philosopher. But also to universities, because this is a conference on academic freedom, right? So I want to kind of say something about how the problem manifests in both of these contexts. And so that's why this terrible phrase, communities of judgment, is in the title of my talk. So I just wanted a phrase that would cover both states and universities. And I thought of these as institutions that are kind of judgment-centered, right? So I think of these institutions as, this is contentious, I think, but hopefully not too contentious. I think these are institutions that are defined by certain ends or purposes. It's not that everybody agrees on what the ends or purposes are, but they're the institutions that they are because of those ends and purposes, right? And then my thought is, it's appropriate for these institutions to favor, actively and intentionally, ideas and viewpoints that align with its ends and purposes. I think that's a very plausible thing to say, very plausible thing to think. Okay, so let me start with states, and let me start, I want to say, so that's kind of a distant view of the problem. I'm going to try to zoom in a little more. So let's start with the liberal state, as someone like Mill would view it. So the liberal state should accept this ideal of viewpoint neutrality. As we know, and as I think this has come up already in this conference, that doesn't mean that the state shouldn't restrict speech, because there are a range of justifications for restricting speech that are consistent with viewpoint neutrality, right? And you remember Mill's example about incitement. So incitement to violence provides a justification for restricting speech. When we restrict speech there, we're targeting the incitement, we're not targeting the message, right? That's the idea. Is you know, that's just a general idea. It's enormously complicated. Right? There's a whole bunch of free speech jurisprudence that tries to sort through the complications. Now, there's an issue here for millions, for liberals, which concerns the application of these content-neutral justifications. And it seemed plausible to many people that if you go for a million view, you don't just want viewpoint neutrality, you want the neutral application of the content-neutral justifications. Right? So you have a good content-neutral justification for restricting speech, but now it's going to be important. It's going to be important that you apply that standard neutrally, right? So there's a great Supreme Court case, terrific case, 1992, I think, RAV versus the city of St. Paul, right? And so I'll just remind you about this case, or inform you if you've never heard of it. So in this case, there were, it was in St. Paul, Minnesota, but there was a couple of teenagers who stupidly and maliciously burned a cross in front of the home of a black family. And those teenagers, those stupid teenagers, were arrested, and they were charged under this ordinance. It was a kind of hate crime ordinance that was in place. The teenagers got lawyers. Maybe the state provided them with lawyers. I don't know. But they got lawyers, and the lawyers made the argument that that ordinance violated their rights. Okay? So it goes to court, goes through various appeals. It ends up at the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court looked at that case and made a decision, and it wasn't close. Right? It was 9-0. Right? Scalia writes this ringing free speech opinion, but it was signed on. Either every justice signed on, or they wrote a concurring opinion. Right? But it was unanimous. Right? And the basis of the court's reasoning was that when you looked at this particular ordinance, it looked like it was singling out certain hateful and intimidating expressions with a certain content, and not targeting hateful and intimidating messages generally, right? So Scalia and the court thought this was a non-neutral application of a valid content-neutral justification. You can stop people from intimidating others, but there was this worry about this standard being applied in this non-neutral way. Now, so whatever you think about that decision, maybe the court got the decision wrong, even though it was unanimous, but I think the principle there seems important, right? That if you're committed to free speech, if you're committed to viewpoint neutrality, you want the application of these content-neutral standards to be neutral, right? right? So let's call that the RAV principle, right? Now, I was thinking about this principle, and I was thinking there are various interpretations of what's going on with the principle. So one interpretation, I think this might have been the court's interpretation, was that in that case, what we have is a viewpoint discriminatory restriction of speech. After all, like, these teenagers, their speech was restricted. They were punished for what they did. So it looked like, in this interpretation, we have objectionable discriminatory restrictions of speech, and that's why it was unconstitutional. The ordinance was unconstitutional. Okay, so that's one interpretation. But another interpretation, and I find this more plausible, but it's not super important to me that you find it more plausible, because I'm just interested in my own thoughts now. But the alternative interpretation is, look, those teenagers did not have a free speech right to burn that cross. They didn't have it, right? Nobody has that right, right? So they don't have it. So there was no restriction of speech. I mean, there was restriction of speech in a sense, but it wasn't a restriction of speech in the morally relevant sense, right? So there's no restriction of speech for the teenagers. But what's going on there is the city of St. Paul was, if you want to think of it like this, granting an exemption from content-neutral restriction to other groups. Right? So it was not restricting anybody's speech. If anything, there's, it's allowing more speech because it's selectively applying this speech limiting restriction. So in this alternative interpretation, what we have here is not a restriction of speech. We have a furthering, right? We have a non-neutral furthering of speech going on in St. Paul. And the court's saying can't do that. Right? Now, here's what I think. The second interpretation, as I said, seems more plausible to me. But it doesn't seem to me of crucial importance to try to find out what's the right interpretation. Right? I mean, there are two alternative descriptions of what's going on. Right? And I think what we want to say is whether you call that a restriction or a furthering, right, it violates the viewpoint neutrality ideal. Okay. So here we've got, I like this RAV principle because it's so close to the heart of viewpoint neutrality, right? Now, of course, that's a kind of technical problem. The huge problem is what I mentioned earlier, which is that, look, the state, like other institutions with defining ends and purposes, can throw its weight behind certain ideas and viewpoints if those align with its mission, right? And that's what states do. Right? And they have to do that to do their job well. To take an obvious example, like just having a public education system is going to require the state to favor some viewpoints over others. You're going to have astronomy, not astrology. You're going to have evolutionary theory, not creationism. That's an interesting case. I might come back to that if I have time, because I have heterodox ideas about that case. I don't think I should take questions right now. Is that but I will take a question at the end. Unless it's a really good question, then I'll try to dodge it. Okay. Okay, so if you're going to have the state in the business of education, it's going to be engaged in aggressive furtherings, I would put it like that, right? Aggressive furtherings. So one response to this is a way out of the problem. We get the state out of the business of education. And anything else that might require the state to further viewpoints, right? So this is a kind of anarchist position. That's an option, right? I can't rule that out, right? But boy, that would be surprising if a commitment to free speech led you there, right? This is a surprising result. Right? anarchists might be really happy. See, I start with a premise, you guys accept? Here we are, right? Just viewpoint neutrality, being consistent. Right? There's another view, and so this comes from Charles Fried. So Charles Fried was Solicitor General, and then he taught constitutional law at Harvard for about 50 years before he died. And he was also a really good philosopher. So I think of it as kind of a super lawyer, Fried. And so I'm going to see what Fried says about this kind of thing, because he'll help me out. And Fried says, in just glancing discussion issue, he says, well, like with things like education, well, you've got to understand that the government is a speaker too, right? And it's really just, in his words, one speaker among others, right? So when it's speaking, it's just like somebody joining the conversation, right? And so there's nothing really to worry about here. Does that sound plausible to you, that the government is just one speaker among others, right? Doesn't seem plausible to me. I was thinking, and also, by the way, it doesn't really address this kind of other worry that I have about drawing the line between furtherings and restrictions. But I was thinking, like, imagine you were a creationist, right? And the state comes to you and they say, look, here's how it's going to go down, right? We're going to throw the full force of the state behind views that imply the falsity of your views, views that you hold dear. That's what's going to happen, right? We've got the power. But we're going to give you an option, right? We'll give you some options. So option one, what we're going to do is we're going to restrict your speech on certain days of the week, say Friday. And we're not going to restrict the speech of other groups, right? So we're going to try to favor anti-creationist views in that way through restrictions. That's option one. We'll give you another option. We're going to let you speak every day of the week like every other group. But we're going to harness the power of the mandatory public education system to inculcate Darwinist views in your children as well as we can. What do you want? Now, if you're a smart creationist, you say, I think I'm going to go for option one. Right? Yet option one, if we could bring Professor Fried in here, he would say, look, you can't do option one. It's a pretty blatant violation of the ideal of viewpoint neutrality. So we're going to give you option two. Right? So I don't think you should be all that impressed with that line of response. Okay. So essentially we have some options here, and they all look bad. There's this option to just reject viewpoint neutrality. There's an option of accept viewpoint neutrality but give up on the RAV principle and just say, like, we're going to try to find a good line between the furtherings and the restrictions that's going to do the work. That's maybe the most promising. We could become anarchists or very limited state theorists, right? Or fourth option, we do what the courts actually do, which is just muddle through cases, and you're not going to find a coherent rationale. I'm sorry. Like it's a mess. Like when I go in looking with my problem in mind, it's hopeless. So oftentimes you do learn things when you look at the case law, but yeah, you're not going to be helped out here. Okay. So those are all, I don't like any of those options, right? Okay. Now let me just turn very quickly to universities, and then I'll say something that's just the weakest gesture toward a kind of solution. This is like a shameful proposal, I'll call it. So with universities, so they're communities of judgment, so they have defining ends and purposes, right? And one thing I want to say about universities is that there's one purpose that's non-negotiable, and that is that universities have to be in the business of supporting genuine inquiry, where that's inquiry conducted in a certain spirit where the aim of the inquiry is truth, or if truth talk makes you nervous, or you don't think it applies in all the domains, understanding, right? And so genuine inquiry is nicely contrasted with advocacy, right? And I think, so like someone mentioned this morning, there could be like a postmodern university that dispensed with truth, maybe dispenses with understanding. So I don't deny there could be buildings and things like that. And they can, what I would want to say about that institution is they don't have a good claim to public support. That's what if you say we don't believe in truth, we don't believe in genuine inquiry, we got postmodern causes, right? Then I want to say, look, you don't have a good case for us to keep supporting you, right? Okay. So it's a non-negotiable purpose in that sense, I want to say. But then, of course, that purpose conflicts with other purposes that universities adopt. Like they adopt lots of purposes. They have mission statements. I looked at the, I'm in the philosophy department, so I'm part of the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences. I think I got that right. So I looked, I want to say, well, what's our mission, right? And it has some good things, like things about investigating ideas. It has some good things. But it also has, this is part of our mission. And it's supposed to inform our teaching. To transform social conditions. Transform social conditions. It doesn't tell us which social conditions to transform. Maybe there's a subtext. Maybe it's to transform social conditions so as to achieve social justice or something like that. Spelling that out would sound pretty outrageous, right? That's too partisan. So maybe it's just a pro-change mentality. And I think, like, wow, you know, there's so many things that need conserving, like the very social conditions that make this university a possibility. We can't take that for granted, right? Those may be eroding as I'm talking. So there's so much to conserve, so much value to conserve. Why this pro-change mentality, right? Right? But if you start out and you say, we're committed to pro-change advocacy, as opposed to saying, look, there's a case for change and there's a case for conservation, we need to investigate it. That's what you should. That's what your mission should be. But if you instead start out with, no, we want to support research, we want to support teaching that furthers the aim of transforming social conditions, right? This is in tension with the non-negotiable purpose. So I think the problem I've been talking about is more acute. It's a hard problem with the states, but it's more acute with universities. Okay. So, like I said, here's a thought that this is kind of like, if this could work out, then I would say, okay, I'm happy. But I'm not sure it works out. But I was thinking, so maybe what we have to say is something like, I had this idea. It's called the shameful proposal in my notes. It's called the challenge proposal. But the idea is that we can distinguish favorings of speech. Some favorings of speech, I want to say, preclude a fair challenge of the ideas that are privileged. Right? And then there are other favorings of speech that don't do that. So the idea is that favoritism of certain ideas can be okay so long as it doesn't preclude fair challenge. Freed said one thing, like he said, the state is one speaker among others. And then there was this clause where he said, so long as it doesn't drown out the others. Yeah, so maybe I'm not so far from Freed after all. So here would be the kind of picture. So when we're talking about viewpoints that serve the institution's defining purposes and ends, it's appropriate for the institution to favor, actively and intentionally, certain viewpoints on the surface of those ends. But in doing so, it shouldn't preclude fair challenge of those ideas. Right? And now, with respect to viewpoints that don't bear on its defining ends and purposes, that are kind of outside that scope, there it should adopt strict neutrality of both restrictions and furtherings. All right, so that's the picture. That's the picture of the view that I had. And then, of course, the really hard part is, well, what's the criteria for distinguishing when a favoring crosses the line and becomes one that precludes fair challenge, right? And so I mentioned like the creationism thing. There's a really terrific paper by Thomas Nagel that has lots of interesting things to say about evolutionary theory. And he makes the case that in our public educational system, the kind of support that's given for Darwinism and evolutionary theory, it's reached this point of precluding. He doesn't use the words fair challenge, so I'm now putting my words in his mouth, but it precludes fair challenge. And he thinks, I think correctly, there are lots of problems with evolutionary theory, right? Even if you're not a creationist, right? You're secular like Nagel. You think there are these problems. You think this is a view that shouldn't just be orthodox, it should be challenged. And so this leads him to say, we should have exposed students in public education to the best arguments that the best thinkers who are sympathetic to creationism, right? Or at least critical of Darwinism, right? And there are some powerful thinkers. Plantinga has a pretty powerful argument, but I won't go into that. So maybe Nagel's right, and maybe the way to express that is, look, here's the furthering that went too far, and now it's preventing these views from fair challenge. Okay, so that's, look, a whole lot of work would have to be done to try to figure out, is there a principled way to draw this line that I'm adverting to? And this is as far as I got. But I want to, I'll close. The last thing I'll say is that now, when you switch to the university context, you can kind of see, like the structure of the view I has, if it's part of your defining ends and purposes, you show favoritism. If it's viewpoints outside that, you adopt neutrality. And so what that means is, if you have a narrow characterization of the ends and purposes, there's greater scope for the neutral treatment of viewpoints, right? Whereas if you widen the ends and purposes of the university, that means there's going to be more active favoring of viewpoints, right? And so you might think, in light of the university's non-negotiable purpose, this argues for narrow characterizations of the purpose. So if I could go in and delete all the stuff about transforming social conditions, and I could just put something nice about investigating ideas, I'd say some more things, but that would be preferable. Okay, so I wish I had a better solution. What you got is a talk from someone in a state of what John Rawls would call reflective disequilibrium.
Thanks. So, Steve, you didn't offer a talk conventionally. I'm not going to offer a question conventionally. I'll say instead, congratulations. You're a philosopher. I know that you have a PhD in political theory, so this perhaps explains it. But you're a philosopher who's read more Mill than just utilitarianism and on liberty and a little bit of subjection of women. So good for you. More to the point, just on Mill, who's useful as a foil here. It's interesting, even in On Liberty, Mill talks about education, primary education, as being inherently coercive. So he was in favor of public schools, but he was adamantly opposed to making them mandatory for exactly that reason. Yeah. In his inaugural address at St. Andrews, he gives a full-throated, an incredibly long, it's amazing that anybody didn't fall asleep in the middle of this inaugural address. He gives a long and impassioned defense of the traditional knowledge and truth-seeking mission of the university. Interestingly enough. And I urge you to read Civilization, another great one of his essays, where he suggests that the only way that we can have a society that has enough cohesion not to fall apart is through perhaps you have read it, but is through some kind of joint values that we and the state share. So, not a question.
No, that's great. And I did remember Mill's remarks about education at the end of On Liberty. And it's even better because not only is he worried about getting the state, right? He wants the list of requirements, like what I guess we call standards. He wants them to be really minimal, like reading and arithmetic. He doesn't want them to be all the robust things that people today want written into them. So I think that's, but maybe this is what I've kind of thought. Maybe one reason why Mill seems to say different things in different places is because these are kind of interventions, right? They're very intelligent and everything, but they're interventions in a context. And I wonder if you think this is right. I remember Alan Ryan saying, you have to understand On Liberty was written for the British, not for other countries. And he was so worried about the mass conformity of British culture at that time. And Ryan was suggesting, he might say different things if we were talking about France. Or I'm not sure if that's true, but sometimes I've thought, what is the, what's the persuasive exercise, the dialectical situation he thinks he's in when he writes some of these things. But no, if this were a paper, a proper paper, I would need to get my Mill better. Thanks.
Thanks so much for the talk. I have two questions. One of them, I guess, is trying to state a view that I'm not sure that you addressed, and I wonder if you think it's worth addressing. And the second one is, I think, maybe me trying to get to understand what your as your self-described weak gesture amounts to. Yeah. So the first view is why not think that what governs permissible furtherings is simply a kind of consequentialist calculus. And what we see is that the state can oftentimes do furtherings when it has reliable grounds to do this calculus because it's doing something that has to do with matters of fact. So for instance, the CDC can post things on its websites about infectious diseases, and it's certainly furthering a scientific view. And no one finds it objectionable. I mean, most people don't find it objectionable. I don't. And one reason I don't is because there's not nearly as much disagreement to be had about this as there is about the relative merits of the political significance of burning a cross. So here's one view you could take, is you just say, permissible furtherings are those where we have a kind of good epistemic basis to calculate consequentialist outcomes. So that's a view you could take. The second question has to do with your view, which is, as I understand it, you're invoking this idea of a fair challenge. And I guess the question is just, am I understanding your view correctly to say what would make your view no longer a weak gesture, but a strong gesture, is if you could come up with a sufficiently satisfying conception of fairness. So it seems like
that's what I was looking for.
The kind of core idea is fairness.
Yeah, or fair challenge, right? So I have this idea. So I think at the very deepest foundation of Mill's thought is an idea that might be put like this, that every view deserves a fair hearing. And then I think Mill thinks that certain institutions best serve that deep purpose. And then if you look at some contemporary critics of liberalism like Marcuse, everybody's excited about Marcuse these days because he's justifying restricting speech. But Marcuse, I read Marcuse saying, listen, you can have free speech, but you got to have the conditions right first, and we don't have those conditions. Right? Mill says the same thing. Remember, free speech is for the Europeans, not for the backward societies. They're not there yet. Someone like Marcuse says, we're not there yet, right? So I do think something like the idea of fair challenge is and you know what, the remarks this morning about consensus is okay, but orthodoxy is a problem kind of thought. So I think in that, we worry about orthodoxies, but bodies of thought that have reached a point where they can't be challenged, even if they're as challengeable as Darwin's theory of evolution, right? So that was just a thought. And then it would be like if we had some good criteria, something sharper, then I would start to feel more confident. But with it so vague, I'm not sure this is really much more than a slogan. Maybe it's a placeholder, and maybe further work could make it defensible. The first point, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, like, if you go consequentialist, then, like you say, I don't care about furtherings and restrictions. You know, who cares about this? As deontologists worry about that kind of stuff, right? So it's just, we should just have, you know, I guess we give up on, well, we should say, like, restrict when it's going to do more good. Don't restrict when it's not going to do more good. That's a kind of uninspiring free speech principle.
Well, it's just sort of weird not to mention, given that you sort of present the view as departing from Mill, and so you would think that the Millian justification for kind of fair treatment of views is, I mean, you would think.
Well, this is Jacobson's problem, right?
Yeah,
so we got to somehow we've got to square the circle between the underlying utility principle and the liberty principle, right? And if Dan does it, then he's going to get a prize.
Thank you. That was really great. That's the best non-paper I've ever heard, so I really like it. I'm curious
It's
about...
the only one you've heard, right?
What?
You weren't at the Kagan talk.
I was wondering about like an argument you made earlier, and I might have misunderstood the force of it. You gave an example where an actor is asked to choose between being silenced periodically and this government staying silent versus he gets to speak as much as he wants and the government gets to speak as much as he wants. Yeah. And he preferred the first situation to the second situation because the government's such a louder, more powerful speaker, right? Yeah. So he has a better chance of getting his viewpoint adopted if the government shuts up or at least refuses to talk, right? Yeah. And it seems clear, like, yes, I can understand why he preferred one to the other, but were you meaning to say that that's collapsing the distinction between a furthering and a restriction? Because there could be all these situations where something might be, like take just a mundane example. If Rishi dented one of my guitars to the tune of $25, right, that would be not as bad as like, maybe like all of you going around bad-mouthing me to everybody, like in the entire profession, right? I might prefer one to the other, but one's clearly like a rights violation, though a minor one, and the other one is not a rights violation. And so like the state might have a legitimate reason to intervene in one and not the other. I might be able to sue in one and not the other, but I would prefer the one, like the situation where he violates my rights to the situation in which you all speak and ruin my reputation in a legal, non-scandalous way. So similarly, are you saying that you're dissolving the distinction between them, or is it just showing that, no, sometimes we'd actually would prefer restrictions to furtherings?
So a couple of things. I want to say that there are going to be a range of important cases where it looks like whether you call it a restriction or a furthering, it's just a different way of describing the same thing. I want to say that. In this case, what I want to say is somebody might think, look, you've got to understand restrictions are just really, really bad, and furtherings aren't really that bad. It's just the government talking, kind of the spirit of the Freed proposal. And I want to say, no, like some furtherings could be more damaging to your interests in free speech than some restrictions. So it's not like, we have this reason for thinking that restrictions are always problematic and always take kind of priority over furtherings. That's what I was trying to do there. And the question about rights is really, really good and important. And there are a lot of people that they kind of do the rights stuff first and then start talking about it. But I want to start with like our interests in free speech, right, and get the rights on the other end. And so that's why that's why I talked like I do. But yeah, I haven't thought about these kind of Kantian views where I think these views are hopeless myself. But is Houston here? but we could just stare at the idea of equal freedom and then get this robust set of rights. So maybe it's possible, but on kind of interest-based views, you got to be thinking about the underlying value, and then I'm thinking how are we going to do the work here with restrictions and furtherings. So there's a lot going on there.
So thanks a lot. Really interesting. So I guess I would just want to hear a little bit more about what constitutes a fair opportunity.
It's not fair.
A fair challenge. Yeah. So
I told you it was shameful.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
no, but just play with the ideas a little bit. So like, One thing that it seems like is going to make it pretty hard to challenge an emerging consensus is just like the strength of the evidence.
Yeah.
It's going to have a kind of coercive character with respect to my own reason. And, you know, like it came out of decades or a century of research with lots of resources behind it. And I've only got my one life and the resources that I have available to me. Is that going to like undermine the wanting to say that there's a fair opportunity to challenge it? Because if it is, then that it just seems like this is an ideal that you know you're never going to be able to meet in practice. But if it isn't, I just don't really have a grip on what constitutes fair challenge. I get that in cases where, say, like, you know, the members of the philosophy profession band together and say, we're not going to ever, like, hear an argument on X would take away any ability to challenge fair or unfair. But I'm not sure, like, what, in terms of furtherings, that, like, even are pretty epistemically responsible would leave open fair challenge. So could you say a little bit about this?
Yeah, I see. I was thinking, remember like Mill says, like he's going to think of something that there's so much evidence for, and you know, mind boggles how anyone could challenge it. Is it Newtonian physics? Right? That's just on the eve of collapse. Right? There's just so much evidence, and that's what Nagel says about Darwinism, by the way. It's on the eve. Can't handle the problems that it generates. But I did. So like I don't want to have like astrology. So here's one view. You have the astronomers, and here's another view. I mean, maybe they don't compete, but I don't want astrology in the public schools, right? And so yeah, this is tricky, right? But I did think like with Darwinian theory, there are problems, right? So there are reasons to be worried about the orthodoxy. It's not just that no thinking person, right, could have an objection, right? So, yeah, you're definitely right. Discriminations will need to be made, and that's the really hard part, right? Figuring out. Maybe the thought is like when does a orthodoxy become objectionable, right? Not every orthodoxy is objectionable, right? So when they think, well, if it was the type of thing that ought to be subject to fair challenge and it wasn't being subject to fair challenge, then we have a problem. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I think we have time for 2 more questions.
I'm just going to muddle through this, but I might just be confused. So I want to talk about the evolution case and specifically make an analogy to university presidents sending out university-wide emails but claiming to speak personally. So my president does this all the time. I'm not talking as MIT's president. I'm just talking for myself. This is my personal speech. And I've always felt this something problematic about it. And I thought, is this an unfair use of a resource? And I was wondering if that's actually really what's driving our intuitions in the evolution case. It's an unfair use of the resources of curricular decisions. And one of the reasons it's an unfair use is because of the way it's going to preclude fair challenge. But it is not itself the precluding of fair challenge. That's the source of the problem. I have no idea if this makes progress, but I
see what you're saying. So there could be, I'm saying like there can be, in a way, legitimate favorings, and then there are these favorings that cross the line and they become favorings that preclude fair challenge. And you're saying, well, maybe they don't reach that line, but they're still unfair in some other way, right?
Yeah, and it's tricky because it seems like there's a sense in which you are furthering the goal of the institution, and yet something about your control of that resource was not. Kind of we're objecting to it because it's a kind of social engineering that's not fair in this context.
Yeah, though it would, like when the university president, say, speaks in his own voice.
But blasting it over the MIT list, all MIT emails that not all of us have access to.
I was thinking like, it's a little odd if if he's speaking in service of the defining purposes, right? To then say these are not the views of the institution, these are my views. That's very kind of awkward. But if he was just doing like some of his own, you know, everybody get out and cheer for the Chiefs because they're 0-2 and Mahomes is showing his age, you know, then you say, like, what are you doing, right? Like that you're abusing this resource, right? A gratuitous shot against the Chiefs. But so maybe that, right? But in the if your MIT president said, something that was clearly supporting, you know, the importance of scientific research at MIT. But then he said, oh, but that's just, you know, I'm just speaking as myself, not as the university president. You could do that, but it would be a bit odd, right? Because, so it might be that when presidents do this, they're actually outside the purview of the defining ends and purposes. And there, I think, yeah, like that's a furthering that shouldn't be happening. It violates a kind of neutrality idea, you know. That's why I like narrow purposes, because then, right, it leaves a lot of room for the neutral treatment of viewpoints. But yeah, good. No, but you're right. I mean, there could be a distributive justice issue that I would have to think more about that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for this. This was interesting. I guess it seems like we need to agree on the purpose of an institution like the university before we can say what its mission is and therefore in which ways it should narrow or not narrow its own speech. And it just seems to me like we don't all agree on the purposes of the university. It might be fairly credible to say that an R1 university is supposed to do good research, but other universities, you might think, more importantly, build community, produce future members of society or good leaders. And to do those kinds of activities, it might not be so important that we spend a lot of time talking about logic, and it might be more important to promote a nice culture where people can work together. Well, I guess that's less a question than just asking for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I don't think we have to agree on the ends and purposes of an institution. And it's an interesting question, so in that transforming social conditions, how does that become, in a way, official, right? And I kind of think like this might goes back to Dan's talk, that I think if anyone with even a little bit of conservative sensibility is at the meeting, they go, wait a minute, transform social conditions? What about conserving social conditions? And then you don't write it. So there's an interesting thing about how these mission statements get formed, and then that looks like it's official. But you know, it's not everybody that's part of the university has to agree that that's a defining purpose, but it could still be a defining purpose, right? I'm not just saying it's the case, it makes it the case. But if you say it's the case, that's giving some momentum. And then if you start shaping the university in line with what you're saying its mission is, then it seems like it's a correct interpretation, you could say, that this is a pro-change place. Now, your other question about, yeah, I feel like I'm going to be dogmatic because, and maybe this is, I have this idea of the university as, it's really all about genuine, that's at the center, that's not all about, that's at the center of its raison d'etre, right? But you could say we have other institutions, call them what you like if you don't like to call them universities, that are building better communities and so forth is what you were thinking. And that's okay, right? Because remember, I was even showing some sympathy for national churches, right? So that's okay. I mean, there's dangers there, obviously, right? They can be captured and used for very narrow purposes, but that's okay. But I think we should fight for the university as classically understood. We should fight for it. We might lose, And it's true, at universities, I mean, they have to justify their existence, and often the best way to do that is to point to pragmatic kind of benefits and not talk about genuine inquiry. It's like I used to go to the president of the university would give a State of the University address. And I would get so depressed. I listened to a couple of these because they never say anything about what I think is what it's all about, right? I mean, they're talking about, oh, this guy, there's this kind of new drug they got that might help with this condition, and then there's this, and the closest they get to genuine inquiry, something like we're building better citizens or something like that. But I keep waiting to hear, well, what about Houston's class on seminar on Kant, right? Isn't that what it's all about, right? How does that fit into this, right? So we may be losing, right? Because if your leaders are not willing to kind of say, to stand up for the whole point of the thing, maybe it's like this institution that's hollow at the core. Let's just end on that hopeful note.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for these questions.
Okay. I wanted to hear the last question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I'm in the wrong. You're the...
I thought you were saying...
Was there another question?
There is one more question. Is that okay?
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Pardon me. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No. Thank you. This is not really a question. It's just a comment and a follow-up here. So that's such an interesting point about the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences strategic plan and the open-endedness of transforming social conditions. So, I mean, I think I would pose, that came out of 20 meetings with different constituencies and then an open public commenting period. So we could also say, what about the folks who maybe didn't know there was a public, so those who opted out but didn't know they were opting out. So, and really great point about the open-ended nature of that statement. Yeah. I'll take it home. I think it's great.
I'm happy to hear that. It seems like there was a conscientious process.
I mean, and the dean even took, she did her own notes and all that, so pretty interesting. But, certain people probably showed up, and no one probably, it seems like no one picked up on or maybe the open-ended nature of that statement was intentional. Not sure, but I'll sure be asking.
Okay.
Thanks for a great talk.
Thank you. Well, I was really scared someone was going to say, Steve, your problem is so simple. Like McKenna would just say, this is like, I'm new to this, and then just nail it. And then just slink away.
Okay, well, supposed to give some closing remarks. I just want to say thank you to everybody. That's my closing remark. So thanks for all the speakers to come from all over the country and for this really awesome conversation. And thanks to everybody else for coming and asking questions and being so engaged. This was, I really think this is a fruitful conference. Thanks so much to Mary for helping with this, and the Freedom Center staff, Amy and Lindsay and everybody else. Without you, it would not be possible. So thanks so much. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Okay, there is a QR code at the back of this flyer here, which is a quick survey that we would appreciate if you could take a few minutes to fill that out at your convenience. Okay, so I'm just going to get to the plan now. We're going to drinks at the rooftop bar at the Graduate Hotel. So you just go to the top floor.